Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had a good lunch. Did you have a good break? Okay. It doesn't sound like it, but I'll take that. I'm Karen Davila. I'm a broadcast journalist from the Philippines. I'm also the UN Women National Goodwill Ambassador. It's such an honor for me to be here today at the World Health Organization. This is the second time that I'm working with the WHO to see representatives from different countries for such a special, important, and vital moment. What an honor it is to be here. Welcome to the WHO Investment Round special event for the Western Pacific. This is a pivotal moment for the WHO and for global health. All of us in this room are affected. What happens in this room affects us all. Today we have the unique opportunity to bring the voice of the Western Pacific region to the global stage. So what are we doing here today exactly? Well, I'll be honest, other than discussing the high-level roadmap, we really want your money. Because let's face it, no money, no work. I always say that in UN Women. We have to put our money where our mouth is. No less a task than sustainably funding the high-level roadmap, the plans, the policies for health for the next 4 years. The role of the WHO in the Western Pacific is indispensable to maintain and improve health for all. And we know that when it comes to the effects of climate change, the Western Pacific is the most vulnerable. The financial amounts needed for the investment round should be realizable. You will hear more about that from Dr. Pukala, the WHO Regional Director. Let me remind you that every pledge, regardless of the amount, makes a difference for global health. What we put in matters when global health calamities strike. Today's event is called Special Event, and today we are going to hear and celebrate some very special pledges in support of the WHO, which we hope will inspire everybody in the room to do your part. We collectively, on Earth, each country, we need to do our part. I'd like to call in Dr. Saya Mau Pukala. He is the first ever WHO Regional Director from the Pacific Islands. Let's give a hand for Dr. Pukala, the WHO Regional Director for the Western Pacific.
Thank you, Karen. Distinguished representatives, honored guests, colleagues and friends. A warm welcome to all of you to this important event of our first WHO Western Pacific Region Investment Round. And let me start by thanking the government of the Philippines and my good friend, the Secretary of Health, Dr. Det Heposa, for co-hosting today's special event in support of the WHO investment round. When the WHO Regional Office for the Western Pacific was established in 1951, its work was focused on combating widespread communicable diseases such as malaria, tuberculosis, and leprosy. Infant mortality were high and life expectancy was low. Every member state can be proud today of the significant progress that has been made over the past 7 decades. The average life expectancy across the region has risen to 77 years from a low of 40 years in some countries. In the past 25 years, the region has been certified polio-free. Malaria incidence has gone down by more than half, as is the case with the rates of under 5 mortality and maternal mortality. tuberculosis treatment rates have increased significantly, and leprosy was eliminated as a public health issue in the late 1980s. Still, we face many serious ongoing challenges, such as climate change, political tension, conflict, and economic disruption and misinformation. The combined effect of these challenges can lead to difficulties in accessing health care, and especially for the most vulnerable. There has been an increase in mental health issues, especially among young people, and even a loss of cultural identity as homes and environments are severely damaged by the effects of sea level rise and political turmoil. I deeply regret that the Western Pacific region is not on track to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. But I remain optimistic. Family, community, and social interaction are integral to the history and heritage of the Western Pacific region. Health achievements are products of collective action. Now more than ever, we need to work closely with families and communities to ensure health for all. And this is how we will achieve success. The new WHO Global Health Strategy, the 14th General Program of Work, is a roadmap for the world to bridge health disparities by accelerating progress towards the health-related targets of the Sustainable Development Goals. This global strategy includes scaling up primary health care, strengthening health systems, improving health emergency preparedness, prevention, and response and resilience, and addressing the root causes of disease, including the threat of climate change. And today, we witnessed a historical moment for health in the region as you endorsed our new collective vision, weaving health for families, communities, and society, which fits hand in glove with the global strategy. With today's endorsement, I am confident that the great achievements can be made to better the health and the well-being of all people in the Western Pacific region. But to do this, we need to have a strong and capable World Health Organization. This first ever WHO investment round is designed to enable WHO to mobilize predictable and flexible resources needed for the organization's core work over the next 4 years, from 2025 to 28. WHO must be fully financed so that the countries can benefit from WHO support where it is most needed. And to highlight impacts and sustainable funding needs of the Western Pacific region, we have produced a regional investment case 2025-2028 and is in front of all of you. Among other insights, this paper illustrates how the vision for the Western Pacific region is fully integrated into the global strategy. It also highlights a current regional funding gap of 62%. But I am confident that today's flexible funding pledges will have a positive impact towards bridging the gap. To that end, the regional investment case also details the result and impact of WHO work where it is most needed is at our country levels. And I would like to thank the Western Pacific member states that have demonstrated exceptional leadership in advocating sustainable financing for WHO. Today present an opportunity to amplify the voice of the Western Pacific and ensure that our health priorities are addressed. I recently engaged with numerous political leaders, key partners, and civil society organizations across the region to advocate for this investment round. Without giving too much away, as I don't want to spoil your surprises, but I'm deeply moved by the pledges of financial support and the positive commitment from partners, member states, some of whom are coming to the table for the first time to provide additional support for the work of WHO. Full sustainable funding will enable WHO to better support you, our member state, to build a healthier, more resilient and more prosperous population in each of your countries and areas as a region. And that is the beauty of having all of you here today. As I said in my presentation yesterday, some will bring a long strands of bandanas, some short, some thick, some thin, but the long one will make up for the short one. The thick one will make up for the thin one. And that is the spirit of families. We help each other. We look after each other. And in conclusion, distinguished representatives, honored guests, colleagues, and friends, allow me to echo the words of our wonderful moderator, Karen. Every pledge and partnership counts. Health is a priceless wealth. Invest when you can. Invest when you're still in this room. Maybe next year you may not be in this room, so invest now. And I thank you for your confidence and trust as we work together to promote, provide, and protect the health of the people of the Western Pacific region. And I thank you all, and I wish you all the very best and the pledges that you are going to make. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pucala. Thank you. And as we've heard, we've seen, I think, during COVID-19, just the value of health when it comes to protecting the people in your own countries and how it actually affects the final numbers when it comes to economic growth. Health is not just a priceless wealth. Health is the backbone of a growing society and the growth of your country. So I'd like to call in now Dr. Ted Herbosa, Health Secretary of the Philippines, to make his remarks.
Thank you, Karen. To Dr. Zaiya Pucala, WHO Regional Director for the Western Pacific, distinguished ministers and excellencies from Australia, Cambodia, Mongolia, Samoa, Singapore, and the United Kingdom, health colleagues from organizations and societies, Tamasek Trust, Asian Development Bank, and the Institute of Philanthropy. Ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant good afternoon to all of you. First and foremost, allow me to extend my warmest welcome to all of you. Welcome to the Philippines. When the invitation was extended to the Philippines to co-host the investment round of the World Health Organization, I immediately gave my confirmation. For 76 years, since 1948, the Philippines, as one of the founding members, has been proud to be part of the life of the World Health Organization as an international entity. A few years later, in 1951, 73 years ago, the Philippines hosted the World Health Organization Western Pacific Regional Office. In today's complex world, multilateralism is of critical importance. Since then, and even much more today, the Philippines believe in inclusivity, equality, and cooperation towards a peaceful, prosperous, and sustainable world. We are a country that believes in multilateralism. We are proud to be part of the history of this great technical agency, the World Health Organization, established after the Second World War to come to solutions for shared health problems. We are acutely aware of the many good things that have come out of not just being a member of the World Health Organization, but as a host country of one of the 6 regions around the world. There are health problems that we can solve on our own, and indeed governments and health ministries can tackle without external assistance. But there are many important health challenges that require help from experts from other countries. There are many challenges that require an international response and multi-country solutions. Some impressions about the World Health Organization are misleading. The WHO is not just a group of scientists or health experts coalescing together in the offices around the world. The Philippines has long recognized the organization as a coalition of member states who come together to set an agenda for public health, relying on a dedicated secretariat to facilitate collaboration and action between and among nations. In essence, we, the member states are the World Health Organization. Together, we have achieved remarkable milestones. We eradicated smallpox, eliminated polio, developed the tools and instruments to control tuberculosis, reduce infant and child deaths from preventable diseases, and making pregnancy safe and motherhood a reality to prevent children from being orphaned. There are just a few of the many collective accomplishments. Recently, we have collectively gathered to fight non-communicable diseases, antimicrobial resistance, and climate change. We have even gone as far as create international legal instruments on controlling one of the deadliest causes of premature death, tobacco use, through the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control. And even more recently, through the international health regulations, we have found ways to fight new infections and outbreaks through sharing of information, resources for vaccines, surveillance, mechanisms that were applied to SARS, to Ebola, to COVID-19, to Mpox, and Marburg. Through all of this, the Secretariat of the World Health Organization has done its best to navigate the complexity of multilateralism for health. But now, the Secretariat needs our help. The world has changed drastically since COVID-19, and ahead lies more complex and difficult health challenges and threats. As we face these threats, we need a strong Secretariat that can continue to serve us, the member states, through science, service, systems development, and strengthening. The work of the Secretariat has not been perfect. We have witnessed problems along the way. But regardless, the work of the Secretariat is critical to all of us as ministers of health. The Secretariat needs to continue to have the best public health experts, be strong in communicating in a world of disinformation, most importantly, standing beside us when we make decisions that are not politically easy. So, I am pleased to co-chair the investment round and stand before you today to call on all of us to dig deep and find ways to enable the World Health Organization to continue its noble work. As member states, we have a regular contribution to the Secretariat. Many countries provide voluntary contributions, but sometimes these are earmarked or specified for narrow use. The Secretariat needs flexible funding and can be used for operations, strengthening its ranks and addressing the challenges of a post-COVID-19 world. The Philippines has benefited from hosting the regional office and over 200 Filipino staff serving as the Secretariat. So for the Philippines, this is also about giving back. Hence, as co-chair, I would like to announce that the Philippines will pledge $10 million to the investment round. Aside from that, upon the request of RD Saia, we are looking for a new location in the most modern part of Metro Manila at the Bonifacio Global City for a new location of the Western Pacific Regional Office. This marks the first time our country is stepping up as an international donor. As our economy continues to grow, we believe it is our responsibility to contribute more significantly to the costs of the Secretariat beyond simply hosting the regional office in Manila. Additionally, we are also keenly aware of the precarious location of the regional office and are actively exploring options to provide land for the new flood-prone area here. As we invest in the Secretariat of the World Health Organization, we invest in the infrastructure that enables vital international cooperation in health, both now and for the future. The World Health Organization is indispensable, and none of us can afford a world without its leadership and coordination in global health. Our region has always stood strong, united by a shared purpose. Despite our rich diversity, we all uphold the belief that health is a fundamental human right, and we all have faith in the World Health Organization Secretariat. It has enabled us to see beyond the limits of individual member states, embracing innovation, scientific developments, and securing enhanced funding to meet our collective needs. Now is the time to give back and make certain that our Secretariat is stable and able to mobilize the human and material resources needed to serve our needs as member states. I call on all of you to join the Philippines in investing in WHO's Secretariat, and I thank the Secretariat for over 65 years of service to my country. Thank you very much, and mabuhay.
Wow, thank you very much. Health Secretary Ted Herbosa from the Philippines. I'd have to say that $10 million made our day. But more than that, I think it speaks so much of how the Philippines is committed to the World Health Organization as a developing country with a lot of needs from different sectors. The Philippines has been a recipient many times of the goodness, the kindness of other countries and the UN and the WHO, that now the Philippines is giving back to show its appreciation. Thank you so much, Dr. Herbosa, for that. As they say, videos, images speak louder than words. To know what the WHO does, the value of its work, please watch this video.
You're watching this video because you care about health, because health for all is an investment, not a cost. Because we all need health. Societies, economies, families, each and every one of us. Which is why it's so clear that the World Health Organization, WHO, needs your support. So that over the next 4 years, together we can save 40 million additional lives. Thanks to a strong new strategy which all governments have created together, based on the latest science, which all governments will implement in their countries and communities. Guided and coordinated by WHO. We are a uniquely representative organization. Our members are East, West, North, South, hot and cold, big and small. Our partners are diverse, each bringing important expertise to the table. If we have fully funded WHO's new strategy, by 2028, we will all be able to say, together we have created 10,000 climate and shock-resilient health facilities, trained 3.2 million more health workers, and analyzed thousands of signals to identify, assess, and inform on 30 health threats per month, so outbreaks are identified within 7 days. But to implement the strategy, WHO needs to be appropriately and sustainably funded, with predictability and with enough flexibility. That's why in 2024, we're launching the investment round. We are grateful to all our supporters and encourage our funders to follow those who are already committing flexible and predictable funding. Investment in WHO yields healthy results, a prudent investment, and a moral imperative. It moves us closer to the vision of health for all. We need you, each of our member states and partners, to turn this vision into reality. All for health. Health for all.
Thank you very much for that. Health for all, sustainable funding, and a key phrase that was said, predictable funding. It's very difficult to put programs together in the long term if funding is unpredictable. For our first panel, I'd like to call in, please join us here, representatives from the Asian Development Bank, the Institute of Philanthropy, and Temasek Trust. Welcome, and please join us. Thank you so much. I'd like to start with Dr. Eduardo Batzon, the Director of Health of the Asian Development Bank. The ADB has an important role in supporting health in Asia and the Pacific. Would you like the opportunity, please provide us with some details on ADB's commitment when it comes to resilient and sustainable health?
Thank you, Karen. So ADB now, we call ourselves now Asia's Climate Bank. So in a lot of our investment now, we're now talking 30%, probably up to 50%. We expect 50% of our financing to have contributions in mitigating and adapting to climate change, including health. And so we would expect that we will be prioritizing a lot of investments in supporting, in decarbonizing health services and supporting countries make their health systems climate resilient. So that's a priority of the bank. Percentage-wise, we expect to hopefully mobilize up to about 8 to 10% of our annual lending and grant portfolio for social sector, which of course with priorities in the health sector.
And how much would that be? What's 8 to 10%?
So last year we're talking about $25 billion. We expect that to go up to about $35 billion in the next few years. We have mobilized more capital. We're in the process of deciding where to allocate that. Expectation is going to be in a lot of climate actions. So we're probably talking about 35%, so probably about $3 billion a year.
Will some of it go to the WHO?
That's the challenge, right? Because as we've always been telling WHO, we cannot fund their budget. That's a difficult ask, right? Nor can we transfer money to them. But what we have assured them is we will work closely, as we had worked closely with WHO. We look at WHO as, at the end of the day, the final arbiter on what needs to be done in health. Okay, and so we'll work closely with them to make sure that their priorities will be among the priorities that also we in the ADB will be supporting. In lots of countries, and a lot of countries here in WIPRO are also our developing member countries, we always make it a point that when we engage our countries, we get to sit down with WHO. We don't want to end up financing projects that are inconsistent with what is considered by the RD as weaving for UHC. So we work closely with WHO. There are occasions that when we, for example, have a project to a country, the country can potentially use our loan or grant money to engage WHO. So that's one mechanism. So it's not us to WHO, it's the country saying, okay, we want to do something, we got financing from ADB, maybe WHO can do that in our behalf. So that's an engagement that we are trying to, well, hopefully a lot of the details will be resolved soon. But that's one mechanism that can be done.
And to the countries listening right now, the last mechanism that you mentioned, how is that more advantageous? If, let's say, there's money coming from ADB, it goes to a country, why should the country want the WHO to implement it?
So like we always say in ADB, when we do financing, it's not just the money. It's actually money, knowledge, engagement, convening with others, advocating reforms, which maybe at that moment the country will not be willing to do on its own. So it's funding innovations, which may need some ring-fence money, because at the moment probably the other parts of the government, Parliament, Ministries of Finance, may not be willing to totally put money, resources in. And if we look at it historically, a lot of the health reforms in countries where the development banks came in, including ADB, this is how it grew. So it's like, I love to say, and I am sitting between Hong Kong and Singapore, that when ADB actually started, ADB was born in 1966, right? Younger than WHO here in Manila. The first health loan of ADB was actually for Hong Kong and Singapore,
Okay.
for polyclinics way back in 1971, right? Because at that time, Hong Kong and Singapore was trying to pilot the concept of polyclinics. So we're looking to have that, and now they're the champions. They're the best practice. So we look to have that, in a sense, story again to be told in other health innovations that countries are adapting.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Banzon. I'd like to call in here for Mr. Benedict Chong, Chief Systems Integration Officer of Temasek Trust. Now, Temasek Trust and the WHO have a growing relationship. Could you tell us a little about Temasek's plans for supporting the WHO in the next 4 years?
Thank you, Excellencies. Thank you for having us here. Just a bit about Temasek. It's an investment company based in Singapore, but the philanthropic arm is Temasek Trust. And the way we do our work, we try to build capacity, we convene partnerships, we mobilize philanthropic capital across a spectrum, and we try to enable innovations and solutions at scale. So Asia focus, hopefully some lessons from the work that we do can be global lessons. So that's the way we work. I just call up, as you say, the sort of ongoing, the growing partnership. Temasek Foundation, which is one of our entities that we fund, is entering into a longer-term partnership with WHO, committing some pledges over the next few years. And this will grow into projects and programs because Temasek Foundation is our main program house. But we also have the Philanthropy Asia Alliance, where we bring together philanthropy from within Asia and from outside Asia who want to do work in Asia. And there are many of these partners who are interested. They like to be partnered with a local foundation, with a local entity, a local government to bring about solutions, impact at scale. So that's one of our entities that we fund, the Philanthropy Asia Alliance. We also have pockets of specialized entities. We have the Temasek Life Sciences Laboratory, which does a lot of work in life sciences research. For example, the introduction of Wolbachia bacteria into mosquitoes for dengue. We've also, this is going to sound strange for a country that doesn't grow rice. We have a decent rice research capability, looking at lower water, lower carbon, higher yield rice. So some of these arrangements are there, and we have a whole family of entities. But right now, what we're doing, and we're trying to socialize our fellow philanthropy into one area of thinking, and that's what we call, well, it's not new, it's systems thinking. You look at climate, planet, and health, the intersections, and ADB has done a lot of work. The intersections are all there. One issue affects the other. We've called out many, many issues from energy to waste and pollution to heat, water, food, and agriculture. So how do we get philanthropy going in the same direction as governments? And that's where hopefully we, as the Temasek Trust, can play this nice role to bring in not just funding, but to also convene, to also bring together philanthropy. But at the end of the day, to me, a few success factors are needed. We need greater trust between private sector, philanthropy, and governments. Governments do wonderful work providing the frameworks, the enabling environments, but private sector can bring things to scale, and philanthropy has a role to play in trying to pilot solutions, pilot models that hopefully governments or private sector can take forward. So that sort of partnerships needs to be forged. The mutual understanding, it starts with mutual understanding, mutual trust, and hopefully we can do more together. So maybe I just share this. When we were going through COVID in Singapore, there was an adage, no one is safe until everyone is safe. I think many of the health issues today, where they are affected by climate and planet challenges, we're all not safe if everywhere else is not safe. So that's the same sort of adage we need to adopt. And this is a wonderful gathering of leaders. Hopefully we can do more together between government, private sector, and philanthropy. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I'm curious, just very quickly, sir. will Temasek Trust be pledging to the WHO for this round?
I thought we were trying to avoid the money questions. The partnerships must go beyond money, okay? Well, the Temasek Foundation has committed a sum of money. I don't want to speak on behalf of them because they are a family member. That's it's decent money for the next 5 years, US dollars, anything above 5 to 10 million, thereabouts. But I think beyond that, the Temasek Trust opens up the money that can come from philanthropy outside Asia and inside Asia in partnerships with the big foundations of the world in America, in the US, in Europe. And so they're all wanting to play in Asia. They want to support Asia. And so that's, I hope, our value proposition beyond the immediate dollar value. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. Dr. Gabriel Lung, Director of the Institute of Philanthropy. Do you have the microphone, sir? Now, the Institute of Philanthropy is it's been one of the earliest supporters of the WHO and the investment round. Can you please tell us how it's grown through the years and what kind of support are you seeing to give the WHO considering the challenges that we live in today?
Right. Well, thank you so much, Karen. It's very difficult to speak after Dodo and Ben, two great friends that we meet almost every other month in some international fora. So the IOP, or Institute of Philanthropy, was established very recently by the Hong Kong Jockey Club Charities Trust, which is 140 years old this year. And we are a think, fund, do tank. I was just explaining to RD earlier this morning that the think tank bit is really about philanthropy. It's Asia's way of giving. What is it? Is there a definition to Asian philanthropy? So it's bringing together, very much like PAA, convened by the Temasek ecosystem. How do we all play together, but advancing the whole field together in our part of the world? Remember, when we talk about Asia, that's WHO speak is almost MRO plus CRO and WIPRO. That's 60% of humanity. And yes, there are still a lot of need, but a tremendous amount of new wealth. So how do we redirect that new wealth, not only for our region, but also the rest of the world? So that's really what the think bit does. The fun bit is only dedicated to two topics: global health and the effects of climate on health. And to that end, we have, as you pointed out, been a staunch supporter of this investment round in support of GPW 14. So back in May, on the sidelines of the World Health Assembly, we pledged 1.2 million already, and that is to support work actually spearheaded by Dr. Li Ailan, the ADG in charge of, amongst other things, the climate program, and it's specifically on migration and health. And then just last week, I came back from Berlin, and we pledged in the presence of the DG, Dr. Tedros, 10 million US dollars to support the work of WHO and its regions, including, of course, this one. So hopefully, we are going to see a direct linkage between headquarters in Geneva and WIPRO in several different areas. And there are two in particular that is quite active. One is on the Global Health Emergency Core, that concept. And that's why I'm wearing this Goan tag here. And that's really about pandemics. The next outbreak, what do we do about it? And then the other stream of work is on infectious disease surveillance, but using newer technologies like wastewater surveillance, which we used to do only for polio, for eradication, but now we've normalized it and regularized it with COVID, and now it's looking at a much larger pool of pathogens. So those are the works that will form this link. And then specifically in Wipro, we've been in the last few months germinating on 3 areas. One is on NCD, very, very important in terms of diabetes, hypertension in different member states around the table here. And hopefully we will be able to perhaps introduce some of the experiences that ADB helped us with back 50 years ago, and then introduce some of our experiences, the lessons we've learned, and maybe some of the successes we've had to other economies and other communities in this region. And then secondly is to look at the equity lens, the climate lens, working with the APO, the Asia Pacific Observatory, hosted here in Wipro. So those are some of the things that we hope to do, and we are in discussions, and we are going to hopefully announce an additional 3rd pledge, in addition to the 2 that I said, specific for the Wipro program, as we discussed with RD. So that's really been our work, and very much looking forward to continuing our partnership and to learning from all of the excellencies and the ministers represented here, and of course with our fellow funders.
Wow, thank you for that. Okay, before we go, I'm curious, what difference have you seen on the ground if the WHO Western Pacific is funded? What specific concrete difference have you seen in the lives of people?
The first 3 paragraphs of RD's introductory remarks have shown you what Wipro has been able to achieve. And I think Wipro is, without doubt, the most dynamic WHO region. And I've worked in WHO for long enough and been in this room,
Wow.
even before it flooded the first time.
Yeah.
The most recent one was 2 months ago, I know. But this was actually refurbished because of the flood. So I'm absolutely delighted and so privileged to hear from the Secretary here in the Philippines that there will be a new home, hopefully for a Wipro office. But Wipro has come so far, and yet we still have so much to do, not only for outbreaks, which gives you the newspaper headlines, but also for NCDs that kill insidiously and in 1 or 2 orders of magnitude greater than any outbreak you can think of.
All right, fantastic. Please give our panelists a round of applause. Thank you so much, Dr. Banzon, Mr. Chong, and Dr. Liu. Thank you so much. I'd like to call in the members of our second panel, representatives from Australia, Singapore, Samoa, and the United Kingdom. Let's welcome for our second panel, we have Ms. Ella Carpenter, Deputy Head of Global Health Institutes from the United Kingdom. We have Mr. Blair Exel, Deputy Secretary of the Department of Health and Aged Care in Australia. Ms. Rayahu Mazam, Minister of State of Digital Development and Information from the Ministry of Singapore. And also the Honorable Gafar Uher Belao, Minister of Health and Human Services in Palau. Hello, sir. Nice meeting you too. So let me start first with Ms. Ella Carpenter from the United Kingdom. Now, the United Kingdom has been the biggest provider of what they describe as fully flexible funding to the World Health Organization. So first talk about what is exactly fully flexible funding, and how would you encourage other member countries to follow your suit?
Thank you very much. And just to first of all say, I'm so delighted to be here. This is my first time attending Wipro, and just like to say, we really appreciate the hugely warm welcome and this really well-organized event. So thank you to all staff and to the regional director for his fantastic leadership. I think, first of all, just to say that this is such an important year for WHO. Obviously, we're agreeing the first new global program of work and the first ever investment round. So this is all about trying to create and attract sustainable, flexible funding, which is so important. And I think, first of all, as well, just to say in terms of like an introduction to, before we talk about flexible funding, I think we can all agree that a well-funded, stronger WHO is really in all our interests. I mean, we've seen what's been happening with COVID-19. We've seen that the climate crisis is a global health crisis, and even with mpox as a new threat, we can see that another pandemic or an outbreak is really just around the corner. I mean, alongside these particular health threats, I think we can all see that, you know, making sure that we have transformative primary healthcare is really essential for all our countries to make sure that we can deliver essential health services for all. But without flexible funding, WHO is really not going to be able to rise to these challenges and deal with the threats that we have for today and tomorrow. The thing is that WHO's budget is mostly, almost predominantly funded by these earmarked fundings, and that really ties WHO's hands to specific outcomes and specific areas. And the heat map that WHO has many areas that are totally underfunded, and these are also priorities. So the UK is committed to being a flexible funder. So the Director General, Dr. Tedros, when he took over his term back in 2017, asked donors to give flexible funding to be able to support the transformation process. Now for us, this is critically important. So we are a strong supporter of flexible funding, and we're a strong supporter of the investment round as it's currently going. So in 2020, the UK took a very strong decision to pool all our earmarked funding into one fully flexible fund. And we committed to providing £340 million to the WHO in fully voluntary flexible funding. So maybe I can just say a little bit about why we think in the UK the flexible funding is so important. So I think there are three key reasons for this. First of all, it enables WHO to respond to the emerging threats and the changing health needs. As we've seen, which I've just set out, you know, the emerging threats, but really, as we've seen from all the discussions, you know, the rise of NCDs, incidents of outbreaks, you know, maternal mortality, WHO needs to have that flexible fund so it can pivot in an agile way to these new needs. It also needs it to invest in long-term priorities. So as we've seen, strengthening health systems is really the foundation, and WHO needs that predictable long-term funding to be able to plan for the future. And thirdly, and really critically, it enables WHO to be a stronger, more efficient organization. This is about maintaining a stable workforce. We know that WHO, the core of WHO, is in its fantastic staff. And WHO needs to have the right people with the right skills in the right place, and flexible funding helps this. It enables it to become more efficient, and it also enables WHO to allocate resources where it's needed the most and strengthen prioritization. All of this is critical for WHO to be able to realize its transformation agenda, which is such a key part of WHO's agenda at the moment. So the UK is committed to supporting WHO both globally and in the Western Pacific region through flexible funding. And we warmly encourage all member states to join us in providing flexible funding. It's only through this united approach that we can really strengthen the global health architecture and help and deliver well-being for everyone, everywhere.
All right, thank you very much. That was brilliant. Just a quick question. As countries are listening to you right now, thinking of flexible funding, what is the UK model? Does it come with certain conditions, or it's absolutely, clearly blind trust?
So we work very closely with WHO. Obviously, it's about really empowering WHO to be able to put the flexible funding to where it's needed most. So we work really closely to really understand the prioritization process and the allocation process within WHO, and really track the results. What we see in the GPW14 is really exciting, I think, in terms of the work to have very critical outcomes, very specific outputs, and a clear progress in terms of timelines and targets, so that donors, but all of us, are provide assessed contributions. And I hope that more and more donors and member states will provide voluntary contributions, and we can really see what WHO achieves with that through these very specific targeted outputs that we will want to be tracking collectively over the next 4 years.
All right, thank you. Mr. Blair Exel, Deputy Secretary, Department of Health and Aged Care of Australia. Australia's been a champion of the World Health Organization when it comes to multilateral negotiations. This has actually led the way to the launch of the WHO investment round. Now, can you share with us Australia's support for enhancing WHO's, if that was flexible funding, Australia's is sustainable financing?
Thank you for the question. And let me echo much of what the UK said in terms of the overall approaches for flexible funding. I'll talk a bit about that as well, but won't repeat the same points because I'm conscious of where we are in the day. Australia is here, and I think it's fair to say we're all here because we recognise WHO's central role in the global health system. We've all seen firsthand the need for a strong, capable World Health Organization that can respond quickly. We've also seen the need firsthand for a funded World Health Organization that has that confidence in the forward agenda and the forward program, which gives it the agility to respond in the way that it needs to. Most of us are here today because we're experienced health, political and diplomatic leaders. We all understand the cycles that influence and shape national and international organizations that we work with and we work in, be that global, national economic cycles, global, national political cycles, or indeed organizational leadership and reform cycles. These cycles can accelerate and provide extra opportunities for reform or indeed for funding. Our view is that we're in one of the critical points in these cycles right now. Not unparalleled in history, but certainly in recent history. The locus being the COVID pandemic that reminded the world of the World Health Organization's role, and most importantly, reminded the world of the positive impact of the World Health Organization. So our view is that this investment round comes at a critical point in this cycle for this organization that we are here today to meet about. It's amidst ambitious reforms and an ambitious work program that we need to consider carefully before we consign the memory of COVID to our storage shelves. Sustainable financing is critical, and Australia is also, like we just heard, keen on flexible funding within that sustainable funding agenda. We are very invested in ensuring WHO is responsive and can do what it needs to do to fulfil its mandate. We're proud to have championed the sustainable financing agenda and to support the World Health Organization in its mission through our voluntary funding. Australia has committed $45 million in core voluntary funding for the pledging period of 2024 to 2028, both flexible and multi-year, giving effect to our commitment. This complements our bilateral support for country officers in the Indo-Pacific, as well as our voluntary contribution to the emergencies program. And of course, like the question you just asked, with that flexibility and long-term commitment comes the commitment from WHO to transparency, effective management, and other key organisational reforms that we and many others support in the World Health Organization. So that flexibility, I want to emphasise, is also important globally and important for this region. WHO needs to understand and be able to respond to the unique needs of countries in the Pacific and Southeast Asia and accelerate reforms to enhance impact at the country level. We really welcome the focus we've already seen in the last 2 days for elevating voices and perspectives of this region. And we're really pleased to see such a strong contribution across the region today. So thanks for the chance to be here and thanks for the chance to answer the questions.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Ms. Rahayu Mazam, Minister of State, Ministry of Digital Development and Information from the Ministry of Health in Singapore. Now, Singapore is the first in Asia and one of the first WHO member states to globally support announced for the WHO investment round. Can you give us essentially an overall view of the support Singapore has given to the WHO investment round, and how will Singapore prioritize the allocation of this contribution this round?
Thank you, Karen. As you mentioned, Minister of Health from Singapore has earlier on already announced our contribution towards the investment round, and we have already indicated that we'll be contributing 24 million Singapore dollars, amounting to 18 million US dollars to this round. And we would like to prioritize our contribution specifically on improving protection from health emergencies. This means that our contribution will go towards building domestic capacities, especially amongst developing countries, to prepare for, prevent, detect, and respond to public health emergencies. But perhaps I could also share about the impetus for our contributions towards WHO. Firstly, we believe that it is important to have a multilateral system. It might not be perfect, but it is not an option for us being a small country. Because as a small country, we know of the risks. When conflict arises, sometimes might is right, and it becomes challenging if there is no rules-based order. So it is important for us to support a system that looks into multilateralism, and I think that is a key reason why we think that this is an important effort to make. Secondly, as also mentioned by the other panelists, WHO is an important organization. It is the only multilateral institution which specializes in directing and coordinating global health. It plays a paramount role in global health architecture, and we really would like to see it do well, because there cannot be a healthy world without a strong and well-functioning WHO to combat health emergencies and promote health coverage for all. I think, as you mentioned earlier, really, you need money to make things work, to make things done. So it is important that we actually put our money where our mouth is and actually support this. Because strengthening multilateral cooperation through WHO not only benefits individual member states to enhance their own healthcare systems, but it also unites us all in ensuring and advancing health together. And thirdly, as a member state, we see it as our responsibility to the world in doing our part with our modest contribution. Yesterday, RD had shared a Tongan saying, small but significant. I hope to be small and significant. I hope Singapore is seen to be small and significant in contributing and hopefully be able to help in this growth. So we do feel that this is an important effort, and we do look forward. As RD puts it, we've laid the strength, and we're looking forward to weaving the mat of health together with everyone.
All right, thank you very much. I think what's interesting with what you said is the fact that it's really, I know it sounds cliche, but it's not about the money more than it is about being a stakeholder and a partaker in the responsibility and accountability for building global health, for making each and every country, especially the smaller countries, the weaker countries, for them to partake, and the Philippines would be one of them, to be able to partake of the technical expertise, to be able to partake of the funding that's available for an agency like the World Health Organization. And in the Philippines, we've seen that during COVID-19. It was really the help of other countries and the WHO that made the Philippines, and of course, the administration and the local health department, but it was the expertise too from outside that made things much better for the country. And we have with us today, and I apologize earlier for the wrong name that was given. That person is fired. No, kidding. No, that's not. The Honorable Minister Valasi from Samoa. Hello to you, sir. How important is the WHO's support to the people of Samoa?
Firstly, I'd like to thank you, Karen. Your sweet voice makes me feel strong.
I claim that and accept.
I don't care whether you pronounce my name wrongly, but it's a good thing I'm here today, speaking on behalf of all Pacific Islands. I am honored to speak on behalf of the Pacific Islands countries today, although I hope that I will not be alone and may be joined by others with interventions from the floor later in support of the WHO investment round. I would like to also thank the government of Philippines and Secretary of Health, Dr. Peposa, for co-hosting today's special event. In the Pacific Island countries, we are very proud to have one of our own, Dr. Saya Maupikala, as a new WHO Regional Director for the Western Pacific. We met as a group yesterday to prepare for this week's events, including this one. And I must tell you, there was one strong common message from all who spoke. We wish to showcase our solidarity and unwavering support for the new regional director and WHO's vital work in our region. We face unique challenges in the Pacific Islands, particularly in health, climate, and the environment. Our small islands development states are on the front lines of climate change, which exacerbates health issues and threatens our very existence. I encourage you all to have a look at the great photo on page 6 of the regional investment case. Have you got that page?
Yes, I saw that.
That's how you see the effect of Pacific Islands and the climate change. To get a visual of how beautiful the Pacific Islands are, and yet how precarious life can be to the impact of climate change. My government in Samoa greatly appreciates WHO for its support to address these and other challenges. If I may, I would like to give a plug to the Pacific Islands WHO Multi-Country Cooperation Strategy 2024 to 2029, which is an exciting step in a long-standing partnership between the WHO and the Pacific Island countries and areas. The strategy tackles the most pressing health issues and needs facing the Pacific to achieve universal health coverage, to have an effective multi-sectoral response to non-communicable diseases, and to strengthen our resilience against emerging health threats, including climate change. Importantly, the strategy allows for tailored approaches that respect the district context of each Pacific Island country and area. The Pacific Islands stand united in our support for WHO's work. We are committed to working together to build a healthier, more resilient future for our people. For our part in Samoa, my government supports the investment round and commits to making first ever voluntary contribution to WHO. We shall therefore make an additional voluntary contribution equal to Samoa expected assessed contribution in 2025. I appreciate that financial amount may be modest, but I would like to assure you that the support and intention behind the pledge are anything but modest. So I would like to express for me on behalf of Samoa to pledge a very big amount of money. Due to Samoa is a very small country, and this week is facing and hosting the JOCOM from Monday till Friday, so we spend a lot of money there. And next year, I'm hosting the Ministry of Health, Pacific Ministry of Health meeting in Samoa. So I only pledged 5,700 US.
Today. Bravo.
So God bless, and thank you, Karen. I can say you can sweeten the sea with your words. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. The Honorable Minister Valasi of Samoa, thank you, Mr. Blair Excel, Ms. Rahayu Mazam, and Ms. Carpenter. Thank you so much.
And Karen, maybe all the islands, Pacific Islands, they will follow my pledge.
And that's what we're going to do now.
Yes.
That's
yes,
what we're going to do now. You have heard Mr. Valasi, so a round of applause.
Say respecting, I'm a senior minister.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. A round of applause to both our panelists today. A round of applause. So I would like to ask all the representatives in the room. Will any of you move to make a pledge today? Please? Let me know. All right. I don't want you having coffee or eating. Oh, the Solomon Islands. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, moderator. Since Samoa is our senior in the Pacific, we used to follow the footsteps of the seniors. And so for Solomon Islands, we'll also pledge the same amount as he requested, 5,700 USD. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. All right. Members, representatives in the room, stakeholders, WHO members, do we hear pledges today? More pledges? Yes, sir. From Papua New Guinea.
I just want to reaffirm our commitment, the government of Papua New Guinea commitment to pledge 60,000 US dollars to this investment.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Over there. You know, I'm half blind. You'd have to raise your hand. My apologies, madam. Okay. From the Republic, from Malaysia.
Thank you. I think in alignment with our collective goals, Malaysia is pleased to announce that we will contribute USD 2 million to the investment round throughout GPW 14, the period from 2025 to 2028. Yeah, I think this contribution will underscore our dedication to strengthening health system across the region and addressing pressing health issues here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Malaysia. Are we seeing more donors today? Yes, sir. The Republic of Palau. I went diving there.
Oh, really?
Yes, I did.
Are you going to invest too? Following our big brother Samoa and Solomon Islands Palau pledges its support and willingness to make its first ever voluntary contribution. We don't want to disrespect our big brother, so we'll pledge the same amount, 5,700. And if I may say, it's about time. You know, Palau and others in the Pacific, we're globally renowned for climate and environment advocacy. And there's a lot of money that, we can raise and leverage through that. So there's no reason for us not to do it for health. So I really urge others in the room, particularly the Pacific Island countries, to make this investment, as it is important for us to have a One Health approach to life in our region. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. And over here, another donor, the Cook Islands. And I love your hat.
Thank you. Thank you. Kia ora once again, ladies and gentlemen. How can we not support? How can we not give and pledge? Especially, this is the son of the Pacific who is leading. So, as well as the father that came along, our most senior minister, we cannot stand back. And of course, I can say freely that all Pacific Islanders, island nations will be pledging. I can assure us that, but they will do it in their own time. But this is the chair speaking. That's my other hat. So I will come back to my title now as the Minister from the Cook Islands. On behalf of the government of the Cook Islands, we welcome the proposed allocation for the Cook Islands to support our new shared vision for the next 4 to 5 years of weaving health for all. And in the spirit of togetherness, as a Wipro family, the proposed allocation may be small by amount, but it is our collective heart of support and giving. It's very important. I said last night, it is better to give than to receive. So to end that, if you give, the more you give, the more you will be blessed. You will receive more. So I am happy to pledge the same amount as our father has pledged before, 5,700 US to this investment round. I say, Meta Kiranu Nui, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are we hearing more pledges from more countries? Oh, yes, sir, from Tonga.
Yeah, thank you, Karen. Yes, on behalf of Tonga, I wish to make the similar pledge as our big brother here from Samoa. But again, it's for the next year. So I'm a bit concerned he may make a bigger pledge next year. So that may force us to increase the amount. But for now, I'll have to follow his footsteps. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Sir, from Vanuatu.
Thank you. Vanuatu support proposal and support we brought to match our Pacific family of same as our big brother or senior Samoa 5,700 USD. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. As we've heard today, it's not the amount, but it's really the commitment to want to take part in the vision and the targets of the World Health Organization. From Tuvalu.
Tuvalu would like to pledge the same amount as already said by Samoa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. And do we still have pledges? Do we still have pledges? So should I already close it? Regional Director?
Yep. Honorable Ministers, Honour Guest Representatives, just on behalf of WIPRO, I just want to take this opportunity to thank you all. It's not the amount, but I think the spirit of wanting to help. The video that we saw, and those are the people that we want to make a difference. And since I'm a very religious person, and I wanted just to say a story from the Bible, the Good Samaritan. You have been a very good Samaritan, reaching out and help people in need. And that is why we are here today. The pledges that you have done today is just to help those in need in our communities, in the region. So I must thank you all. WHO much appreciated all the pledges to help the work of the WHO to better serve our member states, and I thank you. Thank you, Karen, for hosting this investment round, and thank you all.
Thank you very much. I think before we go, let's give all the countries in the room a hand. Give yourselves a hand. So I'd like to invite Ms. Laura Davison, the Executive Officer of the Regional Director's Office, for the closing remarks.
Thank you so much, and I promise I'll be fast, because what else can be said after such a lovely event today? This is, as several people have mentioned, the first time WHO has done an investment round, and to be honest, we've all been a little bit nervous about how it would go. But I'm really pleased with today's outcome, and as I think we all are today. It's truly been a magnificent show, a demonstration of support from the Western Pacific region, so thank you to you all.
And now we close the special event on the WHO.
Karen, if I may.
I'm sorry?
I'm so sorry. Can I just say a little bit more? So sorry. I just really wanted to make sure that we give a huge thanks to the Secretary Herbosa and the government of the Philippines for co-hosting today and leading the charge with such a powerful and generous pledge. Today we've arrived at a point where 10 countries in the region have pledged to provide nearly $13 million in new pledges. So thank you to everyone for that. And of course, it's the first time that we've had 8 Pacific Island countries come to the floor with a voluntary contribution. And I understand we can look forward to seeing some more. So a huge milestone today. So thank you to everyone. And thank you, of course, to Karen as well for being our excellent moderator. So now really back to you, Karen.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And to everybody, that's our special event for today. Thank you so much for being here. It's an honor to be here with all of you, and I do hope we can continue to work together to support the World Health Organization. Thank you very much.
We'll just take a quick break while we rearrange the room slightly. So if you can meet us back here in 5 minutes. Thanks.
Yes, energized. Okay, let's get back into our work. We will now begin our consideration of agenda item 15, specifically 15.5, other items. Sub-item A, membership in the region. Request for Indonesia to be reassigned from the WHO Southeast Asia region to the Western Pacific region. Document WPR/RC75/10. May I ask the representative of Indonesia to speak on this agenda item?
Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, my name is Budi Sadikin. I'm the Minister of Health of Indonesia. For your information, Indonesia just had a new president last Sunday. And I just being appointed yesterday at 11 o'clock. So the first the first thing that I asked my president to do is for his permission to go and attend the WHO WIPRO meeting in Manila. So I flew this morning at 1 a.m. and landed safely at Mr. Herbosa lovely country at 6 a.m. This morning, and I have to fly back this evening because starting tomorrow the president will have a retreat for all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, the reason why I insist to the president that I have to be present physically in this meeting is because Indonesia is seeking reassignment of its WHO membership from Southeast Asia Regional Office to Western Pacific Regional Office. There are two reasons why Indonesia is asking for this reassignment. First is geographically reason. Indonesia shares land and maritime border with 10 countries and maintain direct flight connection with 18. And 7 of 10 nearest countries are located in WIPRO region. COVID-19 pandemic have taught us a very difficult lesson that you need to closely work together, align your healthcare policy, especially on surveillance, with your neighboring countries. The second reason is epidemiological reason. We have 2 virtual lines in Indonesia, the Weber line in the east and the Wallace line in the west. To the east of Weber line is Australian races, Australian animals, and Australian plantations. To the west of Wallace line is Asian races, Asian animals, and Asian plantations. And we have the mixtures in between in Sulawesi and Nusa Tenggara. So while this provides a biodiversity and very rich genomic variety, it also shows that especially for non-communicable disease, that our genetics is closely linked with WIPRO region country. It's not only that our Medan people is very similar with the Malay people of Peranakan in Singapore, but also I just realized that in north of Kalimantan, we share similar genetics condition with our friends in Brunei in the Kingdom of Sulu in the Philippines. And you know that our Indonesian people in the east genetically is very similar with our friends in Papua New Guinea and in the Pacific Island. With the development of precision medicine, we believe that these genetic conditions will imply that in terms of screening, in terms of therapeutics, diagnostics, it will be very, very helpful if we work together with the people with the similar genetics conditions in the similar region. Ladies and gentlemen, I learned why Indonesia was in CRO. Yes, it is because of political history. geopolitics play a role. But I strongly believe as a Minister of Health that health is to stand above politics. Actually the pathogen doesn't care whether you are Australian or you are Indonesian or you are Filipinos. They will just hit you. The same as cardiovascular diseases. The malaria, they don't understand there is an immigration in the border between Indonesia and Papua New Guinea. They don't really care whether your passport is blue as Papua New Guinea or green as the Indonesian. They will still bite you. So that's why I believe, given these geographical realities and epidemiological implications, Indonesia needs to work together very closely with its neighbor. As an old saying, bird with same feather flocks together. Thank you.
Thank you very much to you, our representative of Indonesia. Now we will open the floor, and those representatives who wish to speak on this item, please indicate your wish to speak by clicking the big button on your microphone. I see Papua New Guinea. You may take the floor.
Thank you, Chairperson. Distinguished delegates and colleagues. I would like to take this opportunity to firstly join my Prime Minister, the Honorable James Marape, in congratulating the newly elected President of Indonesia, His Excellency Prabowo Subianto, and express our strong support for Indonesia's request to transition from WHO Southeast Asia region to the WHO Western Pacific region. As a close neighbor sharing a common land border, Papua New Guinea acknowledges the historical, cultural, and strategic links that bind our two nations, and we recognize Indonesia's significant contributions to the regional health cooperation. We firmly believe that Indonesia's inclusion in the Western Pacific region will greatly enhance our collective ability to address shared health challenges and further strengthen regional health security. Papua New Guinea and Indonesia share a long-standing history of bilateral cooperation in various sectors, including health. The existing Memorandum of Understanding on health cooperation between our two countries provides a robust framework for joint initiatives to combat communicable diseases, strengthen health system, and improve healthcare delivery for our people, especially in the border areas where health challenges are often exacerbated by geographical and socio-economic factors. Papua New Guinea values the partnership we have built with Indonesia, and we see Indonesia's inclusion in our region as a natural extension of this partnership. The health challenges faced by countries in the Western Pacific region, including the risk of emerging infectious diseases, the burden of non-communicable diseases, and the need to strengthen health system are shared challenges. Indonesia, with its vast experience in addressing diverse public health issues, will bring valuable expertise and resource to the region, thereby enhancing our collective capacity to respond to health emergencies, promote the health equity, and achieve universal health coverage. Moreover, Indonesia's strategic position as the largest archipelago in the world, with close proximity to several Western Pacific countries, provides a geographical and logistical advantage that will facilitate more coordinated and effective regional health initiatives. We believe that Indonesia's transition to the Western Pacific region aligns with the WHO's objective of fostering closer collaboration among neighboring countries and regions to achieve better health outcomes for all. In conclusion, Papua New Guinea strongly supports Indonesia's request to join the WHO Western Pacific region. We urge the distinguished members of the Regional Committee to favorably consider Indonesia's request recognizing the mutual benefits this transition will bring to our region. Papua New Guinea remains committed to working closely with Indonesia and other member states to ensure that our regional health priorities are met and that we continue to move forward in a solidarity for a better and more resilient Western Pacific region. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister from PNG. Now we move on to Singapore.
Thank you, Chair. Singapore supports Indonesia's request to be part of the WHO Western Pacific region. Indonesia fits well into the Western Pacific region as it shares close geographical proximity and similar epidemiological characteristics to many Western Pacific region member states. This is especially relevant when dealing with infectious disease outbreaks that do not respect geographical boundaries. Indonesia's move to our region could support communicable diseases surveillance and risk mitigation, thereby strengthening regional health security. Singapore looks forward to Indonesia's participation in WIPRO. As the largest economy in Southeast Asia and a G20 member state, Indonesia's inclusion to WIPRO will strengthen our connections and contributions to global health as a region and bring us closer to making our Western Pacific region the healthiest and safest region. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Singapore. Republic of Korea, you may take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Republic of Korea welcomes the progress made within the Regional Committee regarding Indonesia's reassignment from Southeast Asia to the Western Pacific region. We hope that the necessary discussions will proceed smoothly and the reassignment agenda will be discussed at the next World Health Assembly. The Republic of Korea has continued cooperation with Indonesia in areas encompassing healthy industries and responses to infectious diseases. We also maintained a close relationship with Indonesia through multilateral institutions, including ASEAN. In this regard, we look forward to expanding our collaborative partnership with Indonesia to the Regional Office for the Western Pacific WIPRO through its reassignment. In addition, Indonesia is known for its influential status within ASEAN community. In line with its regional reassignment, the Republic of Korea asks WHO and the WIPRO Secretariat to ensure that policy capacity and human and material resources are allocated accordingly in a balanced manner. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Republic of Korea. Now, over to you, Japan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and also congratulations, Honorable Minister Budi, for your reappointment on this important post. It is the actual traditional cultural tradition in our community, in our region, to appreciate bigger families. And it's nice for us to have additional brothers and sisters in this community. Welcome, Indonesia. And actually, the reasoning of Honorable Minister Budi, one is the geographical reasons, and the second is the epidemiological reason is quite rational. And we very much agree with the reason that you kindly mentioned. In the coming process in administrative and the governance procedure, I would like to appreciate the Secretariat for a few clarifications in the coming process. First is that this welcoming one member state to our region have a certain, I'm sure, implications to our budget allocations or possibly allocations of the EB member seats. And I'd like to ask our Secretariat what is the possible implications of welcoming one member state to our region in terms of our regional budget or certain governing structure. This is the first one. Second one is that while we are very much welcoming and it's happy to have one more brothers and sisters in our region, I'm afraid CRO member states are absolutely missing Indonesia. And I'd like to know how was the actual discussion in the regional committee meeting of the CRO. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Japan. Now we move on to Fiji.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Regional Director, honorable members of the forum. I echo the same sentiments as my Melanesian brother, the Minister of Health from PNG, and in thanking the presentation by the Minister of Health from the Government of Indonesia, and also in congratulating His Excellency, the President of Indonesia. Fiji acknowledges the proposal to reassign Indonesia from the WHO CRO region to the WIPRO region and notes the justifications and the rationale for this action. We also note that this is not the first time in the history of the region that a request of this nature has been received and ultimately approved. Fiji believes that the WIPRO region can benefit from Indonesia's wealth of experience, achievements, interventions, and technological advancement in addressing population health challenges similar to what we face in our region. We also believe that this would be particularly enriching for developing countries in the region. Fiji, therefore, is fully supportive of the request by Indonesia to be reassigned to our region and look forward to the successful consideration of the request by the WIPRO region. And I thank you.
Thank you very much, Fiji. And now we move on to Australia.
Thank you, Chair. Can I echo the congratulations for the very, very recently reappointed Minister. His Excellency the Minister, continuity in that role is a boon for Indonesia and indeed a boon for global health, as the Minister brings experience, wisdom, and has been a great contributor to multilateral health system across many fora. Australia, like others, welcomes the proposal for Indonesia to be reassigned to the Western Pacific region. I echo Fiji. I think we can benefit in our region from Indonesia joining us. Australia is a close neighbour, partner and friend of Indonesia. We look forward to deepening our collaboration through the World Health Organization in this region. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Australia. Philippines, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Congratulate Minister Budi for his reappointment as Minister of Health. The Philippines and Indonesia had a long relationship that dates back to the 9th century. In fact, there is a legend of 10 Bornean datus in the 13th century that migrated to the island of Panay. And this legend continues up to today. We share an archipelagic geography, and we also share several of our ethno-linguistic commonalities. The Philippines expresses its support for Indonesia's request for reassignment of its membership from Southeast Asian Regional Office, CRO, to the Western Pacific Regional Office. As a close neighbor and a valued partner in the ASEAN, with a rich tradition of weaving, we believe that this shift will enhance the regional coordination and strengthen our collective efforts in weaving health for all, allowing us to pursue shared health priorities and address common regional challenges. As an archipelagic nation with shared vulnerabilities to climate-related threats, Indonesia is well positioned to benefit from and contribute to the efforts of WIPRO member states. With Indonesia's inclusion in WIPRO, we anticipate enhanced cooperation in critical areas such as disaster preparedness and response, where the exchange of best practices can significantly strengthen regional resilience. Indonesia's leadership in spearheading the adoption and ongoing implementation of the ASEAN Leaders' Declaration on One Health initiative exemplifies its commitment to advancing health security. As a country with a diverse population and public health landscape, Indonesia shares many epidemiological characteristics with several WIPRO member states, making its insights and data highly relevant to regional efforts, particularly in the key areas of epidemiology, disease surveillance, and the development of pharmaceutical and medical devices. This alignment will facilitate more effective regional collaboration on the prevention and control of communicable diseases, including emerging and re-emerging diseases, while supporting the development of resilient health systems capable of responding to public health challenges. Additionally, as part of our vision of leaving no one behind, we are exploring initiatives to further develop an inclusive health system that considers the cultural and religious beliefs of its citizenry. This is a critical area where our countries can build upon existing and potential partnerships, and Indonesia's presence in WIPRO will undoubtedly enrich our collective regional capacity and further fortify our shared commitment to health equity, security, and resilience. We trust that Indonesia's membership in WIPRO will reinforce the region's solidarity and further our goal to improving health outcomes for all our people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Philippines. Now we move on to New Zealand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. New Zealand acknowledges Indonesia's proposal to join the Western Pacific region, and New Zealand supports member states determining which region is best aligned to their interests. Thank you.
Thank you very much, New Zealand. Now we move to Cambodia.
Honorable Chair, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, I would like to congratulate Excellency Budi for the reassignment as the Minister of Health of the Republic of Indonesia. Cambodia would like to comment as the following. With the understanding of rationale behind the Indonesian request for reassignment from zero to WIPRO. Second, reflecting to Cambodia and Indonesia long-lasting cooperation in health, historical culture and friendship, and other areas. Third, in the context of the ASEAN. So, in general, Cambodia supports the proposal of reassignment of Republic of Indonesia from zero to WIPRO and look forward to continue working with Indonesia. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cambodia. We move on to China.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
感谢布迪部长的相关介绍。
I'd like to thank Your Excellency Health Minister for your presentation, and we congratulate you on your re-election as the Indonesia Health Minister. We'd like to thank Your Excellency Health Minister for your presentation, and we congratulate you on your re-election as the Health Minister. Indonesia is a major populous country and a leader in public health. China celebrates sound bilateral ties with Indonesia, and we've carried out great cooperation in the health and population sectors, and we look forward to expanding our cooperation in the future. China expects to see the bigger cloud of our region. We also noticed that in the first half of October, Secretariat briefed our region and said even with such an influential country's reassignment into our region hasn't brought about substantive influence on the seat allocation and regional budget. Therefore, we suggest the regional office can take this opportunity to engage in full consultation with the headquarters. As we are about to implement GPW14, we need to further clarify what might be the influence on the 2026 to 2027 proposed draft program budget, regional health performance evaluation, what might be the change and influence on the Secretariat staffing allocation, and we need to make utmost efforts to get more resources for our regional members and help them to realize SDG health-related goals. Thank you, Madam Chair.
China. We move on to Solomon Islands.
Thank you, Chair.
Indonesia's membership in the Western Pacific region of the WHO is justified by its, and I wish to name one, geographic significance, the public health needs, a role in regional security, capacity building, opportunities, collaborative potentials, commitment to global health, and cultural economic diversity. Western Pacific region mission is waiving health for all. This statement signifies unlimitedness of our health care cover to the global humanity. If our region's mission on health is inclusive, then it means regardless of politics, war, gender, religion, and race. And therefore, I, on behalf of the Solomon Islands government, to support Indonesia to be part of the Western Pacific region, to wave forward our mission and leave no one behind. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Solomon Islands. Brunei, Jerusalem, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Conveying message from Brunei Minister of Health. Brunei wishes to express its support of Indonesia to be part of the Western Pacific regional family. It will be a beneficial addition to the region, enhancing further of its effort towards greater health resilience and diversity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brunei, Jerusalem. We move on to Vanuatu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In support and in solidarity to the Melanesian Spearhead Group, Vanuatu supports Indonesia to be reassigned to the Western Pacific region. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Vanuatu. Tonga.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tonga wishes to express its support to what has been noted by other Pacific Island countries, members of the Melanesian Spearhead Group, in supporting the application by Indonesia to join our Western Pacific region family. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tonga. And now final intervention from Vietnam.
Thank you, Chair. Vietnam support Indonesia's request to move from zero to WIPRO. We welcome Indonesia to WIPRO, and we look forward to further cooperate with Indonesia in the future. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Vietnam. And this is the lucky last, Cook Islands.
Madam Chair, I join my brothers from the Pacific and also my WIPRO family in accepting the request from Indonesia to join WIPRO. Thank you.
Thank you, Cook Islands. May I now call on the Secretariat to respond to the points that have been made. Dr. Granciela.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, colleagues. I will address the questions that relate to the governance aspects of this matter that have been kindly asked by the distinguished delegates of Japan. My colleagues will then intervene on other aspects related to the budget and to the human resources aspect. So in relation to the governance aspect and whether more seats, executive board seats will be allocated to the WIPRO region, these will not be the case. The number of EB seats and their allocation is based on a report which was discussed in the 90s, late in the 90s, in the context of the executive board. And there is a mathematical formula that applies and identifies the number of seats that are allocated to each region. And when we recheck that mathematical formula, the fact that WIPRO may acquire an additional member state would not lead to a change of the number of seats that are currently allocated to the WIPRO region. There is another aspect to be taken into consideration, is that the global number of executive board seats is determined by the WHO constitution, is clarified in the WHO constitution. Article 24 in particular refers to the fact that the executive board shall be composed of 24 members. So if there is an intention to modify that number, this would require an amendment to the WHO constitution. So this is the first point that I would like to address. The second one relates to the discussions that took place 2 weeks ago in the context of the Regional Committee for the Southeast Asia. So I was there witnessing them, but I think that the Indonesian delegation was also present at that meeting. And should I misrepresent the debate, I'm happy to stand to be corrected by the distinguished delegates. But my understanding of that discussion is that the member states in the Southeast Asia region are very appreciative of Indonesia being a member of the region and very much value its presence in the region. So they ask Indonesia to, they were very interested, let's say, for Indonesia to remain in the region and continue contributing to achieve the goals of the region. At the same time, they were also very careful in listening to the Indonesia request and expressed obviously respect for the request that was made by Indonesia. So I think that these summarize what were the views that were expressed in the context of the regional committee. I will then, I will then pass the floor with the authorization of the chair to Dr. Himer Olive for addressing questions related to the budget. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. So I just would like to address some of the questions relating to the program budget. And I would like to start by saying that there are no changes until the World Health Assembly decides on this matter. So as my colleague said, the World Health Assembly is the final authority on this. So we're not making any changes, which means that in preparation for program budget 26-27, all the current procedures are followed. So the WHO representative of Indonesia is leading the prioritization discussion with the country counterparts. The priority outcomes and outputs for collaboration between WHO and Indonesia are identified and costed, and then they are reflected in the planned costs. If and when there's the final decision by the World Health Assembly to move Indonesia from one region to another, then all these planned costs that have been worked on will move over to the budget of WIPRO. There will also be some implications for 24-25 because this decision is happening in May 25. So we will still have 6 months left from the program budget. And here there's currently a discussion, but what we are proposing from our perspective is not to make any changes in the system, but find a way to report to you for the next 6 months separately what happened in the country office, so that we don't want to change any sort of changes in the ERP system because it's quite complicated. But we will find a way to report on the last 6 months of the operations. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. With your permission, Madam Chair, I would like to finally also comment on the HR aspects and the headcount and how a possible move would impact the adjustment on the headcount. So currently, Indonesia country office is composed of 74 staff members, of which 11 are international professionals, 36 national professional, and 27 general service staff. So these staffing numbers would move in case there's a decision from region to region. And of course, there would be implications, as our distinguished delegates from China mentioned, on headcount to support from the regional office, but we don't know at this point how that would be affected. We'd have to see when there's decision by the WHO and after consultations with the country office itself. But I would just want to point out that currently we serve 1.9 billion people in this region. So with the addition of Indonesia, that number would go up to 2.2 billion people served. So obviously there would be a necessity to revise the way we support our population, also from the regional office. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretariat. If there are no further comments, the committee notes the membership in the region request for Indonesia to be reassigned from the WHO Southeast Asia region to the Western Pacific region. Ladies and gentlemen, before we break for coffee, I also would like to offer my congratulations to the newly appointed Minister of Health from Indonesia. You're not 24 hours yet as a minister, but do take time to sleep on your flight back home so you are nice and fresh for your work tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a very quick coffee break before returning to resume interventions on item 8, program budget. And the plenary session will reconvene in 10 minutes at 10 past 3. Thank you. We will now resume our consideration of Agenda Item 8 on the program budget document, WPR/RC75/3, RC75 INF/1, Program Budget 2022-2023, Budget Performance, Final Report, and Program Budget 2026-2027, respectively. As usual, if you wish to speak on this item, please click the button. I open the floor to USA.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm pleased to take the floor, but I think Samoa lost their turn right at the end of the last session. So I think they're in front of us.
My apologies. I'm so sorry to our very special honorable minister. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my friend, United States, for reminding the chair my time. Madam Chair, Vice Chair, Regional Director, and Vice Regional Director, Honorable Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, Samoa would like to commend the Regional Office for the final report of the Program Budget 2022 to 2023 and Draft Program Budget 2026 to 2027. We highly acknowledge WHO technical and financial support in 2022 to 2023 biennial for Samoa through developing and reviewing of our health documents, such as Samoa Workforce Development Plan and Human Resources for Health Strategy, Risk Communication and Community Engagement Strategy, Tobacco Control Strategy, National Antimicrobial Resistance Action Plan, to name a few. Strengthening our public health systems through e-health development and introduction of new vaccines as part of our routine immunization schedule. Lymphatic filariasis, mass drug administration, ongoing support to strengthen disease surveillance system, health security and epidemic, and preparedness and responses, as much more. We take notes of gaps we had identified and lessons learned from this biennium to improve our performance for the current biennium 2024-2025 and future biennium. We commend WHO for the 2026-2027 program budget being presented. We have noticed that the top key joint outcomes of the 2026-2027 program budget are also our national health priorities, articulated in the pathway for development of Samoa for financial years 2021 to 2022 to 2025 to 2026, and health sector plan for financial years 2019 to 2020 and 2029 to 2030. And they are also considered in the development of the WHO country cooperation strategy for Samoa for the next 6 years, 2024 to 2030. Samoa will go through in detail with the 2026 to 2027 program budget and provide comments to the regional office, and we are dedicated to work together with WHO and the regional office in ensuring the current program budget 2024 to 2025 is implemented accordingly.
Thank you very much, Samoa. Now we move to USA.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The United States appreciates the Secretary's proposal for the budget and the opportunity to provide our feedback, and we'll focus our comments on 8.2. The United States strongly supports an efficient, agile, accountable, and sustainable WHO that is able to prevent, detect, and respond to future pandemics and critical health issues. And that is why we were pleased to support the WHA 75 decision on sustainable financing, and why we remain interested in ensuring the sustainability of financing for WHO. We note that one of the main goals of the WHA 75 decision was to improve the percentage of flexible funding in the base budget. And we note that in proposing a $562 million increase to the base budget for 2026-2027, we're increasing the total pool of money needed by 11%, and thus potentially actually limiting the capacity of flexible funds to improve the key performance measures for sustainable financing. Madam Secretary, in our view, to ensure continued progress in greening the heat map, the United States proposes pursuing a smaller increase than the currently proposed $387 million for country strengthening. We all agree that country strengthening is a top priority, and reducing the overall base budget increase like this would actually allow, in our understanding, more flexible funds to go to currently underfunded portions of the budget. And since most of these red and orange areas of the heat map are at country level, taking this approach would still increase resources for countries. We think that we can all agree that we must ensure that member states themselves can sustainably finance any increases in assessed contributions. And we recall that when discussing the 20% increase in the 2024-2025 program budget, some member states had expressed concerns about being able to afford higher payments. And honestly, Madam Chair, the situation is only more difficult with a second large increase being proposed. Governments' budgets are currently tight all around the world, and we certainly share those same concerns today. And with that in mind, the United States supports the intervention made by New Zealand earlier, and we would request that the Secretariat provide several options for the proposed member state assessment in the full program budget proposed, so member states can see the possibilities and the repercussions of different funding scenarios and make informed decisions accordingly. In line with practices at other international organizations, we would suggest the currently proposed 20% increase, a traditional zero nominal growth option, and at least one other level in between those two. This, in our view, would help us have a construction conversation at the next PBAC and AB to ensure that WHO continues to be financed sustainably. And lastly, Madam Chair, I know I'm over time here. Regarding the questions that we saw on the screen earlier, I think we've answered the two of them, but regarding the scenarios for health emergencies, I think our delegation is comfortable with supporting the higher scenario. For us, it's more realistic, and we anticipate it can communicate the health emergency situation more clearly so as we move forward in the budget planning process. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, USA. We move on to Malaysia. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. With reference to the Program Budget 2022-2023 Performance and Utilization Report, we thank the Secretariat for their comprehensive assessment on Western Pacific region's progress and address challenges during COVID-19 pandemic to achieve our health priorities. It is encouraging to note that the region has utilized 93% of the available resources. This high budget utilization reflects commitment to advance health goals through the implementation of the triple billion targets. Malaysia commends the efforts undertaken to progress universal health coverage, particularly the primary health care reform. Throughout the biennium, Malaysia has taken significant steps in this area, especially with the development of the Health White Paper. Similarly, the antimicrobial resistance capacity building initiative, such as Train the Trainers workshop conducted in Malaysia, plays a crucial role in tackling the antimicrobial resistance issue. We welcome WHO's ongoing technical support and the opportunities for regional collaboration in capacity building and health system strengthening. We are particularly pleased to note that gender balance and geographical distributions of staff continue to be high priority for WHO, and that the share of female international staff in the region has risen to 60% as of the end of December 2023. It is also reassuring to note that WHO is reaching out with activities for underrepresented countries in the region and implementing programs to attract and recruit talented people. Once again, we would like to extend our appreciation to the Secretariat for their work in preparing the draft proposal for Program Budget 2026-2027. We understand that the document broadly emphasizes on advancing health equity and strengthening health system resilience, both of which align closely with Malaysia's healthcare reform pillars. We acknowledge the draft proposal was developed based on the 14th General Program of Work, which includes new outcome indicators, particularly those focusing on climate action, mental health, and disability. While we commend the ongoing efforts to improve global health outcomes through these valuable additions, we understand that member states will operate within the framework of their national legislations and policies. With this in mind, Malaysia remains optimistic about the constructive changes that will not only streamline WHO work program for 2025-2028, but also foster stronger collaboration among member states and partners. With that, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Malaysia. We move to Australia.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, colleagues, for the presentation. It's actually quite useful, and as you always know, it's hard to get the balance on financial stuff of detail and high level, so I thought you did a good job there. Just turning to the 22-23 program budget, we again want to keep calling out, keep encouraging, and again acknowledge the work that you've done to keep illustrating the program budget, keep explaining the details so we can see where it's going and understand the impacts. I'll probably echo the comments of the New Zealand Minister. I think the 22-23 report did highlight some gaps in that area around gender, equity, human rights and disability. The scores in those areas were lower, so keep encouraging that. Also concerned about the adequate resourcing for country-level priorities within that report. Turning to the 26-27 budget, just to comment on the process, thank you. We support and appreciate the efforts to base it on that strengthened budget accountability, efficiency, transparency, the focus on the country-level strengthening and impact. We heard the large percentage of that increase going to those areas, and actually building on the bottom-up prioritisation process that was used in the previous program budget. We appreciate that. I did appreciate the slide you had up there around the relative regional increases. As others have noted, despite the increase for the Western Pacific region, it's still a smaller percentage than most others. Looking at previous budget, it does look a bit of a trend. So again, thank you for your comments on the why of those allocations, but just for good maybe to follow up after to explain that in more detail, what elements of those resourcing needs, I guess, triggered that greater allocation. So that's something I know we're quite focused on. We've had a bit of discussion around the assessed contributions rate. I guess we just remind colleagues of that consensus decision that was undertaken in 2022 at the 75th World Health Assembly. The principle that we agreed there was the risk of the disproportionate reliance on voluntary contributions and how the assessed was falling behind. We still consider that presents a major risk to the integrity and independence of the World Health Organization. I support Korea's comments, I think, to look at the full picture there to have a good understanding of voluntary and core, so we understand the total picture. That consensus decision did recognising that our budgeting process was unsustainable, that member states must better align their ask and their contributions. That wasn't an easy process. If I got that right, double negative. That was a hard process. It was 18 months of discussions to land on that agreement. I think it's a concern if we probably so quickly look to move away from that. So I know there's concerns, and I've heard the concerns around the room today, but I guess I just wanted to remind that that was a long discussion around a whole range of options of how we would land at this increase and staged increase. I know there's going to be a discussion going forward through to PBAC and then the Executive Board in February and then the World Health Assembly. So like others, Australia remains committed to engaging with others on the best way forward. Again, just picking up, there's been requests for scenarios. We've kind of agreed a forward budget process that was predicated on that increase. So I think there's a misalignment then if we're talking about not matching that increase. We actually need to do the work then of saying which bits aren't we going to proceed with in the general program of work. So we can't kind of say we're going to slow down and then keep going with the same ambition, or that just creates a further gap. So I know you are aware of that, but I think we just got to remind ourselves. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Australia. Now, China.
I'd like to thank Secretariat in preparing 2023 final report and 2026 draft budget. I'd like to thank everybody contributing towards this effort. We've come to the finding that on 2022-2023 performance report, there are lots of data. However, there are funding gaps in most areas. Under most pillars, the utilization rate is lower than that of the last biennium. So for the next biennium, measures should be taken to increase the utilization rate and efficiency. In contrast to the previous biennium, in the 2022-2023 biennium, the inputs at the country offices level decreased, which deviates from the efforts to strengthen country-level activities by the organization. For the next biennium, we're looking forward to improvements. We've also taken note that compared to 2024-2025 program budget, the 2026-2027 one has registered a lower growth rate and absolute amount of funds allocated to health emergency in contrast to other regions. I hope more resources should be allocated to emergency response capabilities so as ensuring health security in the West Pacific. Also take a note that in the 2026-2027 budget, there is a large jump in inputs into newly established agencies. We have noted that with concern. We've also noticed that it seems that the Resource Allocation Committee only focuses on the representation of the 3 WHO levels without fully considering regional representation. Will that have an impact on resources available to the West Pacific region? We are supportive of increasing funding for monitoring, surveillance, and management work in the program budget so as to enhance country capacity, reinforce data, and other infrastructure with accountability. For the listed 98 outcome indicators, with the principle of not increasing the reporting burden of member states, we hope that indicators related to non-health SDGs should be streamlined. More quantifiable indicators should be added, and indicators should be refined as much as possible to be broken down into 3 levels of Secretariat, region, and country office. Thank you.
We now move to Japan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And on item 8.1, 22-23 budget report, we appreciate the high rate of budget execution at each budget center. Regarding the funding gap, we express our concern over the significant increase in the gap compared to the 2021 budget. As flexible funding has increased due to the rise in the assessed contribution in the 24-25 budget, we would like to closely monitor whether this results in an improvement in the funding gap. On Agenda 8.2, 26-27 budget proposal, Japan appreciates the Secretariat for the budget proposal. We would like to share our initial comments as follows. First of all, the overall budget needs to be realistic. This realistic target also needs to be aligned with the investment case and also GPW14. As the Secretariat proposed over $500 million increase in the budget base, we'd like to ask more detailed explanation on how the Secretariat prioritized the needs and reflected on the current scenarios, and request proposing reduced-based budget scenarios for further discussion with Member States. The two scenarios were also presented for health emergency response, and we consider scenario 1 is appropriate, as it is difficult to estimate exact budget needs for such event-driven response. We also would like to hear the pros and cons of both scenarios analyzed by the Secretariat. Japan places importance on the normative function of WHO and would like to discuss the role of WHO in responding to health emergencies and the budget balance between the normative and operational functions. Regarding the increase in assessed contribution, Japan recognized the importance of sustainability, flexibility, and predictability of WHO finance. At the same time, we should also face the reality of severe financial situations among member states and request the Secretariat preparing several scenarios for AC increase. Moreover, while we understand that the Secretariat will provide a detailed explanation on the budget allocation in the upcoming consultation process, we express concerns over the reduced allocation to the UPRO region for both scenarios currently proposed by the Secretariat. We'd like to ask further explanation how these allocations are determined. Finally, Japan continues to request the efficiency, prioritization, transparency of WHO budget, and sufficient consultation with the member states. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Japan, and I thank you all, member states, for your interventions. I now call on Secretariat to respond to the points that have been made.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, let me first of all appreciate the valuable comments and guidance given by the member states to ensure that whatever funding we have here in WHO truly reflects the contributions that our contribution to the work that you're doing and the accomplishments in countries. There are a number of points, I think, where there were, what should I say, identification of priorities that have been appreciated. And this includes the work on climate, the consistency with GPW 14, the improvements in gender, the work on surveillance. But I would like to point out to you that if we look at the attached report for 2022-23, and I did see that there were comments about gender, human rights, equity, and disability. In the scorecard spidergrams, where we were evaluating 5 areas: technical support, leadership, global goods, value for money, gender equity, human rights, and disability. All of our programs scored lower on gender equity, human rights, disability, and value for money. So clearly these are areas that we need to improve on. And so we really appreciate also the call for tracking and monitoring of the work that we're doing and reporting that back in a more transparent way to the member states. I'm going to call on our Director for Admin and Finance, Tamash, to talk a little bit about what our plans are for improving our tracking, monitoring, and reporting back. Please.
Thank you very much, DPM, and thank you very much, Chair. So let me just start by thanking all of you for the overwhelming support and touching support that you expressed during the investment round and also during the budget discussions. It's really touching, and it's also pointing to the importance of the predictability and sustainability of financing that we are discussing under this agenda item. As already mentioned yesterday, following the endorsement of the vision for the region, we need to turn now our attention to implementation. And of course, that implementation has to be fully aligned with the GPW 14 and the UN SDGs. In this spirit, many of the distinguished delegates mentioned in their intervention the request for transparency, accountability, efficiency, and country focus when implementing the budget. I would like to reassure you all that we are fully committed to these important principles and values and share with you some relevant recent examples that we implemented which shows you how we place our countries at the heart of our work. As mentioned by yesterday in RD's address, we signed the delegation of authority to WRCLOs last year as the first region, mid-2023. The core predictable country presence recruitments which are enhancing the capacity in countries is going well. We intend to finish all the recruitments by the end of November, I think probably as the first region. Furthermore, since RD took office, we published a Delegation of Authority handbook to aid our work. This was developed and published in March, and it has been acknowledged by auditors as best practice, and we are using it to contribute to the streamlining processes globally as part of the BMS project. Wipro also continuously improved its gender balance, and this was pointed out by the auditors again positively, including among WRs and CLOs where we have achieved parity between genders. We relaunched furthermore the Committee for Risk Management and Compliance a couple of months ago, and there we agreed on principles of risks and mitigation measures. And here, one of our #1 principal risks that we identified is donor funding. And as Australia pointed out, the reliance on VC funds, for example. We introduced additional assurance activities for DFCs, driven by recent alignment with WHO framework and other UN agencies. These are based on best practices in financial institutions. And to answer the distinguished Minister of Vanuatu's intervention, we will follow up on how to accelerate implementation of DFCs in Vanuatu and other Pacific Island countries. We also intensified, in coordination with the Program Management Department, our coordination and review of implementation review of implementation rates, the status of awards, and we have meetings on a regular basis where we identify the areas where we can support our countries. We are also proud to be among the few WHO regions able to close audit recommendations within a maximum of 12 months period. And finally, this month, just about 2 weeks ago, we welcomed the high-level independent external oversight and advisory committee, the IOAC delegation to Wipro. As you know, they rotate between regions, and every 6 years they come back to Wipro. So this time they reviewed the regional office, the country office Philippines, and country office Malaysia. And we humbly expect an overall positive IOAC report to the PBAC in January 2025, marking RD's first year anniversary in post. And just want to close my remarks that the IOAC very much appreciated RD's Weaving the Mat vision as a strong metaphor for bringing us all together to further improve the health of the 1.9 billion people we serve in the Western Pacific region. Thank you.
Thank you, Daph. I wanted to respond a little bit to Korea's intervention on what the trajectory for voluntary contributions might look like. So I'm going to call on Arpit, our Budget and Finance Officer, to just say a few words about whether or not we're expecting a similar level of increase in voluntary contributions.
Thank you. Thank you, DPM. Couple of things from my side on the trajectory of voluntary funding. I mean, this is one process that we undertake every quarter in the region to assess the financing outlook, not just in terms of the flexible funding, as well as the voluntary contributions as well. And based on the analysis made a quarter ago, I think we anticipate already an overall program budget funding up to the level of 75% to finance the work. And as we go more into the biennium and as more streams of funding come in, especially after a number of pledges being made by our member states during the investment rounds in several regional committees, we anticipate the level of financing to become more healthier. And I think in relation to the comments made by Director Administration and Finance, region is also paying a very strong attention in terms of how we can boost our implementation capacity. So as we receive the funding, then we can demonstrate a strong implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Arpit. Just to inform everyone that we have reconstituted the program committee, which meets monthly. But now, whenever it's needed, we have more assessments of implementation. Over the break, we were having some discussion with some colleagues about doing a regular, some sort of qualitative report going to the member states, and that both the regional directors report and the RCM next year could do a stronger focus on results instead of just talking about programmatic interventions. One more thing before I pass on to Imre, I think we also heard about this concern about increased utilization in country offices. I think this was from Japan, and DAF mentioned that we are strengthening country capacity. There were actually 55 new positions in the country offices, and we have been slowly filling them up. We're going to fill them all up by the end of November. And hopefully this continues, but we are already seeing that this is really not enough for what we need, but it is a boost. It's a good enough boost to have more staff in countries, but it's not enough. I think we need more administrative support in our countries. So Imre, over to you for the comments on 8.2. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Susie. So maybe I will start with the easiest. Is just want to say that my colleagues have been following in Geneva the discussions on the investment round, and everybody was extremely appreciative and happy, and I think the spirit of the room went over through the internet, and they were. I just want to say that they really appreciated the strong support that was expressed by the member states. The next issue was privatization, which was brought up also by the Philippines, and how much it is carved in stone, and we need to be nimble. So we understand that. We all understand that priorities change, governments change, circumstances change. So these priorities are not carved in stone, and we do have processes to constantly update them and reflect them as needed. But of course, what we would like to do is to have this prioritization for the period of the GPW 14, so that we won't have to come to you for every program budget to get your priorities. But if there are changes, we can reflect them, and we don't have to wait for the next program budget to do that. On the question of the emergency segment and the scenarios, we have received, even today, but also in other regional committees, conflicting guidance. So some were saying stay with the scenario 1, some were staying with scenario 2. To be honest, for me, it's not a huge issue. It's really more of a reporting, monitoring issue. We will have to wait for the Euro RC as the last RC, and then we will try to give justice to the comments, and then come back to you maybe through an informal consultation in November before we finalize that. But right now, I don't have a clear steer from member states which options to choose. On the budget increase, there were two questions. One was about the allocation and why the allocation is a certain amount for WIPRO. And I just would like to remind or just tell that there's quite a detailed explanation in the program budget document itself. There are several elements that drive this increase. One is the country presence strengthening, or country office strengthening, which is the sort of the biggest component of this by $380 million. And then there's innovation, science, and data, and the third is accountability, and basically describes in more detail how the allocation was done. But primarily it is divided by the core predictable country presence model, which is underlying the country strengthening, and basically 387 million of the 550 million is strengthening country offices. So this is really the most important reason behind the differentiated increase. Going into the size of the budget, on one hand, I think the US is quite right that the further we increase the program budget, the AC increase in a way is watered down. So therefore, we have to be careful how much we increase the budget, and I take note of that. Just want to say that our program budget that we're presenting, or that we've been presenting, is the 22-23 original budget, which was only increased by, or primarily increased by the midterm increase in 24, when we implemented the increases related to the emergency program. So for all the other programs, the 22-23 budget has not been increased. The 24-25 budget is the same as the 22-23 budget. And now we're going into 26-27. And if we propose the flat budget, then there would be basically the same budget for all the technical programs as in 22-23. And we know that there was a lot of inflation and a lot of other cost drivers along this period. Having said that, we heard you, and we will have further discussions after the EuroRC, seeing what the right level of budget is that we should go with in January. The last issue was about the AC increase and the scenarios. And again, the request is noted. I just would like to express my worry that so whenever somebody is presented a lower amount, I think that people will take the lower amount. Nobody wants to go for a higher increase. So if we come with a 10% increase, then everybody will say, let's go for that 10%. The second issue is that if we go with a lower increase now, it will put in question the whole discussion and the whole decision of the World Health Assembly 75, because it will make it, basically it will force us to have even higher increases later on to basically respect the agreement. And I also would like to say that I was here in 2008 when the last AC increase was done before this historic element, where there was a sort of a discussion between the Secretariat and the member states, and then we ended up with a 3% increase, which was 28 million after a lot of ado, and that was a very little amount. So I think we just have to be, I think, a little bit careful that we don't throw the baby with the bathwater with that. But we heard your comments, and we will carefully consider them when we come to the next version of the program budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Imre. Madam Chair, we'd like to turn back to you. And if there are any other questions or comments, again, we would like to express our appreciation for the guidance of the member states. This has been very important for us to hear feedback from you, and we are going to be very responsive. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mercado and the rest of the Secretariat team. There are no further comments. The committee notes the program budget 2022-2023, final report, and the program budget 2026-2027. Ladies and gentlemen, despite our efforts, our best efforts, unfortunately, we haven't been able to get to the remaining interventions on the panel discussion on transformative primary health care today. I humbly and kindly welcome those who are remaining on the list from this morning to please submit your statements in writing to the RCM intervention email address. These will be available on the RCM SharePoint
and I know you will all take the time to read these carefully. We have now reached the end of today's session, and we will reconvene tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Manila time. After today's session, there will be a side event on tobacco control here in this conference hall, to be followed by a reception on the pandemic fund outside in our tent. Our session is now over, ladies and gentlemen. However, I must turn to Dr. Landis for a few quick but important administrative announcements. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one thing, really. It seems like with discussion, so many comes the rain, and we are lucky to experience together some real Manila rain. So it will start. I'm looking at the charts, the forecast. It seems like the Christine tropical storm is having a landfall and it's approaching us. It seems like it will start raining tonight, so be prepared. It's not too strong, it's just category 1, so we don't expect any floods, but just be prepared that if you want to walk, also take an umbrella. We have some umbrellas available, and it's most likely going to rain for the rest of the days we are here, so tomorrow and after tomorrow. Yeah, thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now close the session for today. Have a great evening and the rest of this day. Thank you.
We will start the program shortly. Please have a seat. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, esteemed partners and colleagues, good afternoon and welcome to the side event on tobacco control. I'm Mina Kashiwabara. I'm a technical lead for the Tobacco Free Initiative program at the WHO Regional Office for the Western Pacific. We are truly honored to have you all with us for the next 1 hour to discuss about this important topic. Tobacco use is declining thanks to the dedicated efforts made by the countries and partners across the region, but not at the rate that we hoped for. The rise of new tobacco and nicotine products has added layers of complexity to tobacco control, putting children and youth at risk. Now, more than ever, accelerated action is crucial to sustain our gains and protect our future generations. This event also holds special significance as next year marks the 20th anniversary of the WHO Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, and also the midterm review of our Regional Action Plan for Tobacco Control. Today, we will celebrate achievements, discuss challenges, and renew our commitment to further strengthen tobacco control. To begin this important event, please join me in welcoming Dr. Susan Mercado, Director of Program Management, WHO Regional Office for the Western Pacific.
Thank you very much, Mina, and good afternoon, everyone. We've come together today to reflect on 2 decades of progress in tobacco control in the Western Pacific. Nearly 20 years have passed, as Mina has mentioned, since the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, since that entered into force, and in that time, the Western Pacific region has made significant progress in implementing the WHO FCTC and achieved notable reductions in smoking prevalence across many member states. And I recall the time when tobacco control was one of about 6 programs under a focal point on health promotion. And it was just called tobacco control. It wasn't called the Tobacco Free Initiative. So we have come a long way where we have a very strong program on the Tobacco Free Initiative. And a lot of progress has happened, really a lot of progress. However, I think what I'm hearing is that the progress has recently stagnated. Some of this had to do with the pandemic. Some of it has been because there has been a decline in initiative. Some countries have yet to adopt key policies prescribed in the WHO FCTC. I recall a time when we were saying, oh, you know, for Article 11, it has to be 2 years, and for Article 13, it's 3 years, and so on. Now, that has all passed. And we still have countries that do not have the key policies for tobacco control. Regrettably, there are only 6 countries in the Western Pacific region that are on track to meet the global voluntary target of a 30% relative reduction in tobacco use by 2025. And that is an evidence-based calculation that it is possible with specific interventions to achieve a 30% decline. A major obstacle, of course, in the fight against tobacco is the persistent interference of the tobacco industry, which now extends to manufacturers and distributors of newer and emerging nicotine and tobacco products such as e-cigarettes. These industries aggressively market their harmful products, particularly targeting young people in countries where the regulatory regimes do not allow for good implementation that restrict access to these products. The growing use of e-cigarettes, especially among children and young people, is alarming. And in some of the reports that I have seen, we have a high percentage, maybe 30–40% of kids who are 14 years old in the Pacific who are actually using e-cigarettes. 5 years ago at the Regional Committee, member states endorsed a 10-year Regional Action Plan for Tobacco Control. They committed to prioritize tobacco control in relevant policies, accelerate implementation of tobacco control measures, and prepare for emerging challenges through a whole of government and whole of society approach. As we come to the midpoint of the 10-year Regional Action Plan, and as the world commemorates the 20th anniversary of the FCTC, there are insights that we can reflect on and can use in order to move forward with a greater power. This is also an opportunity to renew the region's commitment to tobacco control and reinvigorate collaborative action to combat industry interference. Many lives have been saved through decades of tobacco control efforts, but there is so much more that can be done. By learning from the past and being guided by the shared WHO vision and united for a concrete commitment to health, we can together accelerate the fight for tobacco-free and a nicotine-free future. So welcome everyone to this side event, and we look forward to your engagement and participation. Thank you. Mina, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Mercado. And as Dr. Mercado highlighted, the progress has been made in the region over the past decades, and these decades of dedicated efforts offer valuable lessons, which are summarized into a new report to guide us in the continued fight against tobacco control. Fight in tobacco control, sorry. It is my pleasure to invite Ms. Sheehan, coordinator of the NCD Prevention and Health Promotion Unit in our regional office, to introduce the report, 2 Decades of Action, Strategies to Advance Tobacco Control in the Western Pacific.
Thank you, Mina. Good afternoon, delegates. Today, I'm very excited to share the journey of tobacco control in the Western Pacific region over the past 2 decades, highlighting the key strategies that have driven progress and challenges that lie ahead. In 2003, the WHO Framework Convention on Tobacco Control was adopted, marking a historic shift in global public health. At that time, the Western Pacific had some of the highest male smoking rates globally. In the last 2 decades, the region has made significant strides in reducing tobacco use. Today, the Western Pacific region is one of the only 2 WHO regions where no country shows an increased trend in tobacco use. 6 countries are on track to achieve the 30% reduction target by 2025. The number of smokers peaked in 2015 and have been declining since, reflecting decades of turning commitment into concrete action. Despite this progress, the region still has the largest number of smokers globally, with only 12% of the population living in countries on track to meet the reduction target. Tobacco industry interference continued to undermine control efforts, slowing progress by exploiting governance gaps. Further, the industry's aggressive marketing of newer products like e-cigarettes puts young people at risk. This underscores the urgency to close policy gaps and ensure that tobacco control measures remain strong and free from industry influence. Through an extensive review, literature review, and expert surveys, we have identified 10 key strategies over the past 2 decades that have propelled tobacco control efforts. 1. Uniting behind a shared vision and collective action has enabled stakeholders to collaborate towards a common goal. 2. Using evidence to drive action has been crucial in formulating effective policies. 3. Utilizing strategic entry points and synergies has allowed countries like Mongolia and Vietnam to embed tobacco control in broader public health and development initiatives. 4. Finding allies beyond the health sector, such as in finance and education, has broadened support for tobacco control. 5. Building a movement, not just a program, has ensured communities and civil society remain engaged in the fight against tobacco. 6. Nurturing tobacco control champions has empowered individuals across the region to lead efforts at the national and community level. 7. Innovating for future readiness, such as in Australia, New Zealand, Singapore, and now Lao PDR with plain packaging, has set a good example for other countries to reduce the appeal of tobacco products and keep ahead of evolving tobacco industry tactics. 8. Engaging the media has raised public awareness and countered industry misinformation across countries like Papua New Guinea and the Solomon Islands. 9. Exploring legal means to control tobacco has strengthened enforcement in countries like Lao PDR, ensuring policies are upheld. And finally, protecting health from the tobacco industry has been crucial in safeguarding life-saving policies. Countries across the region have demonstrated the impact of these strategies and have shown how coordinated action can drive results in diverse settings. The past 2 decades have laid a strong foundation, but there is much more to be done. Learning from the past, we can continue to build healthier, tobacco-free communities for future generations. And today, to mark this milestone, we are very proud to launch our report, 2 Decades of Action, Strategies to Advance Tobacco Control in the Western Pacific. This report captures the journey, lessons learned, and the way forward as we continue to fight the tobacco epidemic together. Let's continue this important work. Thank you.
Thank you, Xi. This report embodies the long-standing commitment of our member states and belongs to all the countries and partners in the region. To honor and celebrate the 2 decades of tobacco control, Dr. Saya Ma'u-Piukala, WHO Regional Director for the Western Pacific, will now present the report to the chairperson of the 75th session of the Regional Committee to receive the report on behalf of all member states and areas. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Piukala and Honorable Minister Rose Toki Brown. Thank you, Dr. Piukala and Madam Chair. We stand at a pivotal moment. We have made significant progress, but our fight is far from over. Challenges persist and new ones emerge. The tobacco control landscape continues to evolve as the world changes, and our actions must consider these changes to advance tobacco control towards the future we want to see. The Tobacco Free Initiative team, in collaboration with the Strategic Dialogue team, has conducted a foresight exercise with the members of the WHO regional and country offices to identify emerging issues and signals of change that point to the future of tobacco control in the region. Building onto the facts and trends we identified, we looked into what our future may look like. We also invited visitors to our exhibition booths to share their thoughts and incorporate them into our exercise. Let us now explore the potential futures which lie ahead of us in tobacco control. In one future, the tobacco and related industries are left unchecked and continue to grow. The industry continue to invest in deceptive practices to try and present themselves as part of the solution. Their aggressive lobbying creates further confusion and divide among the decision makers and the public health community, delaying actions to regulate these products. New products with the latest technology flood the market, and they're at the fingertips of vulnerable groups like children. Pervasive and sophisticated advertising reaches every generation and every corner of the region, making the products more accessible, renormalizing tobacco and nicotine use. Money meant for family needs is now spent on tobacco and nicotine products instead. Marginalized groups suffer high burdens of tobacco-related diseases, widening inequalities. More people suffer from diseases related to tobacco and nicotine use. Healthcare costs soar, and public health system becomes overwhelmed. National economies suffer from the loss of productivity. Tobacco continues to cause environmental harms, and climate change accelerates. Water and food security issues worsen. Plastic and toxic waste from tobacco and nicotine products further pollute our environment. But there's another future where we unite and take bold action. The decision makers and public health community aligned and introduced strong tobacco control measures while addressing new products so that history won't repeat itself. The health sector joins forces with other sectors like environment, education, and finance to tackle the tobacco epidemic from every possible angle. Number of tobacco and nicotine users continue to decline, leading to fewer companies producing these products. Social norms change, and tobacco and related products in those industries are no longer acceptable. Divestment from tobacco becomes mainstreamed, and tobacco retail shops are not welcome in communities. Families save money for essential needs and well-being. Communities thrive with a healthier population. Increased productivity and savings from the healthcare costs are redirected to public health, infrastructure, and social development programs, improving quality of life. And the decline in tobacco farming and production enable our environments to thrive with more sustainable land use, reforestation, and healthier ecosystems. The choices we make today will shape the world tomorrow, and the future is in your hands. And we would now like to move to the next segment of today's program. And at this panel discussion, we invite member states and key partners who have demonstrated exceptional leadership in tobacco control to share their invaluable experiences. We hope that the panel discussion will highlight how we can strategize to further advance tobacco control in the region. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Sandro De Maio, CEO of Vic Health Australia, who will moderate the panel discussion.
Thank you, Ms. Kashiwabara, and it's a pleasure to moderate this panel this afternoon. Distinguished speakers, guests, and friends. I'm not going to repeat the words of my colleagues, but I will just make three short and important points. It's been 70 years since the Surgeon General's first report linking smoking with cancer. And yet, despite being the only product in history, if used exactly as intended by its manufacturer, will kill 1 in 2 of its long-term users, tobacco and cigarettes continue to be a scourge across our region and around the world. It's been almost 20 years since the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control. If we think back to the 90s and early 2000s and boarding an aeroplane, knowing that we would be inundated with the smell of smoke and leave that aeroplane environment a few hours later with our eyes burning and our throat burning and our clothes smelling, today that's no longer the case. Many of the spaces and places where we spend time, where our children spend time, are free from smoke. We've made huge progress across the region, and we should be incredibly proud of that. But progress has not been fast enough, and it's not been equal or sustained. And I think most importantly, we stand at a time in history where we're seeing the resurgence of the tobacco industry once again. The generation of politicians who saw the Framework Convention of Tobacco Control have now changed, and the tobacco industry are using the same tactics they used 20 years ago with great effect. The product has changed, but the industry has not, and once again, the industry is totally focused on getting a new generation of Western Pacific youth addicted to nicotine. We're of course talking about e-cigarettes and their rapid rise over just the last couple of years. So it's my pleasure to be able to facilitate this conversation today. We'll have 5 speakers bringing a broad range of insights and experiences from across the regions. These are front-runner leaders from whom we can learn a lot, and we hope to be able to share insights across the next 25 minutes. We'll have 5 panellists. They'll speak for about 6 minutes and answer 3 questions, looking back at the past, challenges of the current, and opportunities of the future. We'll also have a Slido, so if you'd like to submit your own questions, you can use the Slido code or the QR code on the screen. Submit those questions and we'll pose those to our panellists after all 5 have had their turn. It's now my pleasure to introduce our first speaker, a representative from Singapore, Madam Rahayu Mazam, the Minister of State from the Ministry of Digital Development and Information and the Ministry of Health. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sandro. Thank you also for your very powerful statements on the work that we do. I'm also very appreciative for the presentation by Ms. Yin and Ms. Mina earlier. I think it really demonstrates the need and urgency for the efforts that we take. Let me share a little bit about what we have been doing in Singapore. Singapore takes a multi-pronged approach to tobacco control, which includes a comprehensive mix of policy, legislative measures, preventive education, and provision of cessation support. Because our aim is to reduce smoking prevalence to as low as possible and ultimately pursue a nicotine-free future for Singapore. And over the years, we've actually taken to heart the measures that have been recommended by the World Health Organization and the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control. And so we've done different measures, including ban on smoking in public places, smoking cessation programs, graphic health warnings on our tobacco packaging, preventive education in the schools, in the youth, a ban on tobacco advertising and promotion and taxation to reduce affordability of cigarettes, as well as increasing the minimum legal age. All these efforts really goes to show how we have really tried to do everything that we can and take all the recommendations and translate that into action. And I think this has shown some very meaningful results. We have actually been able to achieve our lowest reduced smoking prevalence to date in 2023, last year, of 8.8%, which actually is quite a good number. I think we are very happy with that, but it is a continuous work in progress. I think if you go to the ground, there is a sense of how smoking and tobacco use is actually denormalized. People in our public estates, public housings, actually will feel a very strong frustration towards smokers because of the culture that we've created. So we live in public housing in flats, and as also a member of parliament, I visit my residents very often. Often I'll get complaints if they have other residents smoking. So although it is a challenge, it is a demonstration of how it has created a new culture in our society. But we do have some real challenges that we share with everyone here, which is the emergence of new tobacco and nicotine products. And the way it has been marketed has really caused a lot of misunderstanding amongst, especially our young. So this is a key challenge for us. And vaping is a clear issue. It becomes a little bit difficult now to kind of see whether we have indeed reduced the prevalence when there is an increased prevalence of vaping. We had taken a harm elimination stance on e-vaporizers because we felt that it was something that is new. It hasn't taken root yet, and it's an opportunity for us to stop it from happening. Unlike with cigarettes, with a long tradition, and it took some time to socially change behaviors. With e-cigarettes, we thought it's important to at outset say no to it, especially given the evidence of the harm it causes to the body. And because of that, we've actually banned it. And that is a very strong position we took. The challenge we discovered out of that is, firstly, when you ban something, you do need to make sure that there's proper enforcement. So whilst the law is out there, there may not be full appreciation of its impact. And if you don't catch those who still don't comply with the law, people would think that it doesn't work. So in the early days, I would walk around our streets and there'll be people actually vaping openly because they did not realize that that was something that's illegal. We had an agency, the Health Service Sciences Authority, which actually was the body that oversaw vaping and its the legislation relating to that. However, they weren't fully equipped to do the enforcement on the ground, and that became a challenge. We had a lot of people who misconceived information on it because some thought that it is a good cessation product. And some didn't realize that actually the amount of nicotine you could have in e-vaporizers were a lot more than in cigarettes. So we had to deal with that. I would go for dialogues with young people and they would ask me why we're being so difficult with e-vaporizers. Some have said, it's a good product to have, to help those who want to stop smoking. So we had to deal with that whole aspect of misinformation. And we then had to kind of step up and deal with that. Firstly, in terms of enforcement, we did an effort. It's a whole of government approach, basically, to deploy other ministries to help us with the enforcement, because then we would have the police, we would have the ministry that oversees the smoking enforcement to come on the ground to actually co-enforce with us. And we're still sorting out that, but that is one key thing that was a learning point for us. When you ban something, you also need to make sure that you're able to enforce it meaningfully. The second learning point was really to find the appropriate mechanisms and platforms to send out this information. I think in an earlier panel, there was a reference to how my minister would use TikTok and the social media platform. We know that youths, especially, are consuming and getting that information from those platforms. So that's where we need to intervene. And that's another learning point for us. So our campaigns are really targeted on the ground with youth and really to get them understanding that they are actually misconceiving information. In fact, there's one video that my minister did, which simply just of him just telling and dispelling all the misconceptions of vaping. And the other effort we've been doing is really to look at various upstream efforts. We've had discussions with academics, with other healthcare providers to see how we can strengthen and provide the support to the community. Our enforcement measures, aside from being on the ground, in the schools as well, we have preventive efforts. When we had, in the past, when we had students found with vaping products, they would go home with maybe a warning. We also strengthened that by actually bringing their parents in, actually issuing them a summons, and they had to pay a fine even on their first offense. So we really strengthened some of those efforts to really send that message that it is something that we didn't want entrenched in our community. So this is all work in progress. It continues to be challenges, but I think it is really the strength of our desire to make sure that we protect and keep our generations safe. We want to actually get people to understand and appreciate it so that they come with us in that journey, and there is a culture of appreciating that this is not something that we want in our society. And it continues to be a whole of government, whole of society effort that we have to take. And I'm really looking forward to also hearing other efforts which we can use to also complement the current efforts that we are working on. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. And I think Singapore has been an absolute innovator and front runner in terms of addressing e-cigarettes, learning the lessons from the past, but also using technology and innovation. And you expressed that so well. Also, that there's no single silver bullet when it comes to addressing this new scourge of e-cigarettes, that you need to meet young people where they are and really address it in every way we have possible, use every lever. So thank you very much for your insights. We next turn to our colleagues from Australia, Blair Exall, Deputy Secretary for Health Strategy, First Nations Health and Sport at the Department of Health and Aged Care from the Australian Government. Over to you, Blair.
Thank you, Alessandro. Thanks. It was actually great to listen to Singapore. And there is so much similar in our experiences just hearing. And there's two themes that I would draw out already, and you'll probably hear this from across the board, is number one, you can't rest. It's constantly adapting the threat from, from smoking and or tobacco and e-cigarettes is constantly sort of changing the approach, so you can't rest. And two, the multi-pronged approach. That's been our experiences. You just have to come at this from a number of directions. So a quick recap: Australia in 2010 was one of the first country, or the first country, I think, to introduce the plain packaging measures, included updated enlarged graphic health warnings, increase in tobacco taxes, anti-tobacco campaigns, and then particularly focus in some parts of our community, including First Nations, to tackle what was a really higher than other parts of society entrenched use. The takeout from that period since 2010, looking back, is that it was a multifaceted approach. All parts of government, all parts of society, we had to aim early on for a long-term kind of change. I think we're now there with part of that cultural dimension that Singapore was also talking about. We needed to cover all tobacco products. Producers and consumers move quickly in this space, and so you need to make sure you were thinking across the board. We had to address all aspects of supply and demand. We had to optimise the different roles for government, and for us in a federated structure that was both a Commonwealth and then state and territories, and similarly non-government, what role would they play in it? Measures had to be evidence-based. We needed to be able to counter industry claims, do that publicly, do that in a range of fora through our parliament because there is lobbying, and then expect that lobbying. and expect that you can counter it. So that's kind of, if I look back, that was sort of the headline of the things that we found from the introduction through 2010. To echo the point looking forward, I guess was the second question. We also, our government hasn't stood still. Most recently, our current government introduced a new set of tobacco legislation, which really looked to update and close off some of the stuff that we had previously. So updated graphic health warnings. We actually targeted certain ingredients, particularly restricting tobacco and e-cigarettes marketing, advertising and sponsorship, and then also requiring health promotion inserts that promote cessation of smoking altogether. E-cigarettes is a particular issue. It was the first time we saw a generation introduced to nicotine through vaping. So again, a different path coming in. Our government also wanted to move very quickly. So also looked to actually ban. We had quite a debate around how to do that, what was the best way to do that. That went through and looked at a range of options. In the end, we actually have provided therapeutic vape, a pathway and an option for that, but quite tight controls around it. Need a prescription, need to be considered by a pharmacist as clinically appropriate for smoking cessation, and to manage some nicotine dependence. Interestingly, we have found as prices have gone up and as scarcity has gone down, a dimension of organised crime entering this space in Australia, needing to actively think about that, working closely with enforcement, working closely with state and territories around that compliance and enforcement aspects. And indeed, we are worried that as we see larger economies, particularly in the e-cigarette space, close off avenues in, making it harder, the path we've seen previously is they move to smaller economies that aren't well protected. That's happened in the Pacific. Just to give an example. So that's something that we're kind of actively worried about thinking. Good to hear experiences of other Pacific islands in this space. So yeah, so two key themes as we've looked back and indeed look forward. We can't rest. And then you need to have that multi-pronged approach that's thinking of all aspects of government and society. Thanks.
Thank you, Blair Axel. Yes, I mean, I think Australia really, as a front runner, slightly biased here, but as a, brought first to bring plain packaging to the world 10 years ago, but I think reminded again last year with the updating of the plain packaging and tobacco advertising acts that we can never rest, that the industry continues to innovate and move and find new ways to get cigarettes and now e-cigarettes into the hands of young people and populations. It's now my pleasure to introduce our next panellist, Bob Williams, Secretary of Health from the Ministry of Health in Cook Islands. The floor is yours.
Thank you. And of course, just to add on to the experience of Singapore and Australia, just way of background, you need a minister like mine. Because back in 2019, before COVID, she started the Smoke-Free Islands with her own home island, Achu. There is we call it the triplets island, sister islands. So she started with her island herself. And when we launched the Smoke-Free Island on the island, because she has a shop on the island, and she stopped selling tobacco, starting from that day. So the three islands agreed to go smoke-free by 31st of May, next year, 2025. We all know 31st of May is No Tobacco Day. So those three islands, plus another in the southern part of the Cook Islands, will all go smoke-free by end of May next year, 2025. The rest of the Cook Islands will go to smoke-free by 2030. During the consultation of the new public health bill in 2020, a lot of parents raised their concerns regarding to vaping, especially amongst children. So there is a need for strong political will and societal will to protect the lives of our children. Hence, so I was at COP10 meeting in Panama this year. It only took just over a month working with WHO for the new Tobacco Control Amendment Act that we have passed by Parliament in May. So between February this year and May, that act was passed by Parliament. Because of the political will, driven by my minister and all members of Parliament, And of course, parents, because we did, during the launch of our Healthy Island initiatives, we included screening of vaping amongst students at school. So the youngest child that was smoking was a 6-year-old. So we used that data and information to get the support of parents to have this bill enacted quickly through Parliament. And I thank the Minister for her drive to ensure the bill was enacted in May this year. But the implementation of the Act started from 1st of August. What it means is anyone who's been living in the Cook Islands 6 months before the passage of the Act, when you travel overseas, you're not allowed to import, bring into the country, or even distribute and sell. Only those who've been living outside the Cook Islands 6 months earlier, or visitors, can only bring into the country one device and only up to 30 mils. So since 1st of August and 2 weeks ago, 218 devices has been confiscated at the border. 2,600 vape liquids has been confiscated at the border. So that's how strong enforcement actions has been undertaken at the border between our customs and our health protection team working at the border. Like Singapore, we have expanded the no smoking areas in the Cook Islands, and to include cafes, cafeterias, restaurants, public transports, and even for public offices, we've expanded that outside of the office to include the whole boundary, because before it's only the office itself. Now that has been expanded, including bars, not allowed to smoke in bars. And also we've raised the age for no smoking up to 21 years, and also no advertisement either on social media, whatever form of advertising is not allowed. And we have started the licensing framework, licensing those who are importers and distributors and sellers. So that has been done as we speak now. But for those shops selling on these 4 islands I mentioned, all their licenses will expire on 31st of May, 2025. So by 1st of June, these islands will not be selling tobacco on these 4 islands. Now, what are some of the challenges that we see going forward? Tobacco cessation programs is to bring on board those who are smoking tobacco, not vaping, and how we can support them, because between now and 2030, we need those who are smoking now to be brought onto the tobacco cessation program. So a month ago, we trained all our public health nurses and all our nurses at primary care settings, because before it's only the health promotion team that delivers tobacco cessation program. So what it means now is you don't have to go to our health promotion team to be put onto the program. You can go to any community clinic, a health clinic in the country. It is a one-stop shop for all healthcare needs, including tobacco cessation programs. So that has now started to be implemented in our health community clinics. Black market operations. We are now looking out for this. We're hoping it will not happen. We're hoping that enforcement actions, because now police is also on board to monitor some of these activities, because under the Act, the police is also empowered to exercise some of the powers under the Tobacco Control Amendment Act. I think for us is that, as I mentioned, the political will to drive the smoke-free islands, and also the buy-in from our society. I think using children as a way to influence policy changes is key. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams, and congratulations on this important progress. Government action is essential, but governments can't do it alone. Civil society is also incredibly important in tobacco control. So it's now my pleasure to introduce Dr. Eduardo Ulysses Dorotheo, who's the Executive Director of the Southeast Asian Tobacco Control Alliance, also known as SIATCA. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Sandro. Let me start by just congratulating all of the member states for all of the progress that's been made over the past 20 years. But I want us to focus on what's ahead, what's the next 20 years. But we'll start with looking back at the tobacco pandemic, which began actually more than 130 years ago, but only became a public health emergency of international concern less than 25 years ago, when negotiations for the WHO FCTC began. Today, almost 20 years after the FCTC came into force, the Western Pacific remains the only WHO region in which all member states are parties to the convention. This may change. This may no longer be the case when Indonesia joins the region, so we urge WHO to assist Indonesia to accede to the treaty as it joins the WIPRO family. Now, in these past 20 years, the tobacco industry has not only opposed and undermined effective tobacco control measures. As we've heard, it's also developed and expanded its product portfolio so as to continue profiting from nicotine addiction, including targeting our youths and co-opting public health's harm reduction strategy by promoting e-cigarettes and nicotine pouches as supposedly less harmful solutions to the problem that it created. So this is why it took more than 25 years from the time that plain or standardized packaging was first proposed in Canada in 1986, until Australia was the first to legislate this best practice in 2012. So congratulations to to Australia. New Zealand followed in 2018, Singapore in 2020, and Lao PDR in May 2024. Cook Islands and Niue have this in practice due to importation from Australia and New Zealand. So in 12 years, that's a grand total of 6 out of 37 member states of the Western Pacific that have plain packaging. Unbelievable. I leave that to you to interpret, whether positive or negative. But if member states are serious about preventing NCDs and promoting the highest standard of health for all people, I believe that you must implement plain packaging as a core part of tobacco control strategies. This is essential because we've seen that denormalizing tobacco products, tobacco use, and the tobacco industry, which is what plain packaging does, is a key ingredient of the continuing success of countries such as Australia and Singapore that have reduced smoking prevalence to 10% or less. Most of us are not anywhere near that. Another lesson we've learned from successful countries is not compromising with the tobacco industry, which is the cause of the problem and not part of the solution. Good health, we've heard many times this week, is non-negotiable because we've known about tobacco's many harms for at least the past 70 years, as Sandra has mentioned. Now, while globally tobacco use has declined in the past 20 years, declines in tobacco use have not been uniform within countries and among countries, such that the world still counts 8 million tobacco-caused deaths each year. We know this very well. And given that these deaths are completely preventable, we believe that this is 8 million too many. If you also believe this with me, then you should also no longer accept business as usual for tobacco control. Maximizing the implementation of both supply and demand reduction measures in the FCTC is important, yes. But we believe it is time to recalibrate and ensure that the mat of health that we will weave together in the coming years does not include tobacco leaves, and that we remind ourselves that our region is only as strong as our weakest member state. We should begin with the end in mind. A 30% relative reduction in tobacco use for us should no longer be an acceptable target. we should be collectively envisioning tobacco elimination and not just tobacco control. We should collectively be targeting a tobacco use prevalence of less than 5%, as Singapore has said, as low as possible. And the lowest is 0, which is how some have defined the tobacco endgame. How do we know this is possible? There are examples already in history. Leaded fuel was invented in 1921. In 2021, Algeria became the last country to ban leaded fuel after a 20-year campaign by the UN Environment Programme. In the case of the Montreal Protocol, it also took 20 years to ban CFCs in all countries. Earlier today, we heard from the Indonesian health minister that health should stand above politics. And yesterday, we heard member states say that strong political leadership is necessary for climate resilience. If member states are able to stand up to Mother Nature, why not the tobacco industry? I challenge you, member states. As the regional director has said, we owe it to future generations. Let us please begin phasing out tobacco products today to achieve a tobacco-free generation tomorrow. This is a photo of my twin sons when they were about 9 years old. And it is my dream to see the tobacco endgame become a reality in their lifetime. They're now 21. I pray you share this dream with me and that we, civil society and government, work together to achieve this as we weave the mat of health for all. I'm hoping that when WIPRO publishes its next 20-year tobacco control report, WHO will report that we have ended the tobacco pandemic in this region. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dorothea, for those powerful words. We now have an opportunity to hear from the next generation. We have a pre-record from Lily Vinch, the Speaker of the Guam Youth Congress.
Buenas and Hafide, I'm Lily Vinch, a 19-year-old youth advocate from Guam, and I serve as the Speaker of the 34th Guam Youth Congress, Imena 34 na Congregación Manhobenguahan, now studying abroad at the University of British Columbia in Canada, wishing I could be speaking today in person. As a body of youth-elected representatives, the Guam Youth Congress's duty is to serve the youth, and this includes the tobacco-free future every youth has the right to. My first eye-opening experience that shocked me with the reality of tobacco use is when my mother, teaching 4th grade at a local elementary school, had caught 9 students vaping over recess break. The students who couldn't even read a chapter book were spending their recess break vaping, some even admitting it as a regular case. This situation is not unique. In fact, 1 in 3 high school and middle school students are now vaping consistently. The government, tobacco companies, and now each one of us in our society is allowing this to happen when action isn't taken. Tobacco control needs to happen now, isn't it? What works best to reduce smoking among the youth? Raising tobacco prices through high-level taxes, making public places smoke-free, having smoke-free role models, including parents, families, and teachers, controlling tobacco advertising, targeting the youth, and reducing the social acceptability of tobacco use. The students who were caught vaping in my mother's 4th grade class gave the excuse that their older siblings smoked, that their parents smoked, or they just bought it off an older student just to try. The youth now play a large role in steering our generation away from tobacco use because it cannot be created as a norm to skip class to go vape at a bathroom. The Guam Youth Congress has proposed Bill number 19737 LS, the Stop Addiction Through Vaping Excise Act of 2023. This bill would require wholesale and retail licensing for e-cigarette products, as well as an established excise tax of 40% on e-cigarette products. Making the price of e-cigarette products more expensive can help deter users, and with less users, there is less influence on the people who have to watch them smoke, watch them vape, and watch them hurt their health. We were met with an intense hostility for the excise tax, but the reality is that we need to start somewhere. Guam is now in debate of a 10% excise tax, and if the policies begin now, at least we are on the journey to a tobacco-free future. The next fight we want to take on with the Guam Youth Congress is a battle against flavored tobacco products. The candy-coated addictions are nothing but a plague that is targeting to the youth for making money for tobacco corporations. We ask for decision makers across the region for support. Tobacco youth isn't just affecting older generations anymore. It's in our schools, at the playgrounds of 10-year-olds, and plaguing over the values of childhood and the health of our future. Together, with collaboration, we are able to move towards a tobacco-free future. Because now is the time to do anything but sit and argue. If a 19-year-old is fighting a harder fight elected officials to protect the youth, the problem is clear. Help us and help our future. Thank you for their time. If there are any questions or inquiries, please reach out to my email at youthcongressguam@gmail.com. Sizos Malasi. Buenas and Hafide, I'm Lily Vinch and 19.
Thank you to Lily Vinch and the Guam Youth Council. So we are running a little bit late, but we have some great questions online and also some strong words of support. I'll pose one short question and just to our member state colleagues, a short answer. The question is, it seems when it comes to tobacco use, we, or health, are always reacting to what the industry is doing. Are there ways that we can be proactive, get ahead, and let the industry catch up with us? Is there anyone who would like to answer that question? Yeah, a member from Cook Islands.
One of them tried to come to the Cook Islands to have a meeting with me specifically, but I declined the invitation. The point is, don't get involved. Don't hold any discussions with them. Full stop. Thank you.
Short and sweet, but definitely to the point. Thank you very much. Well, that draws to a close our panel discussions today. There's been some great reflections, learning from the past, not repeating them, innovating and shaping cultures. As we said, we cannot rest. We must take a multi-pronged approach. Strong words and reminder that leadership matters. We must be ambitious and we must work with communities and young people with them on side. With that, I'll now hand over to my colleague, Dr. Hiramasa Okayasa, who will close out the session.
Thank you very much, Sandro, for excellent moderation. And I also would like to express my gratitude for our distinguished panelists today for their invaluable contributions for the tobacco control. And then the launch of the 2 decades of action report marks a key milestone in our collective journey in advancing tobacco control in our region. Reflecting on the past 20 years of tobacco control allowed us to recognize achievement, identify gaps, and then discuss strategy to address persistent and emerging challenges. From the panel of leaders across the region, we learned about the different strategy and regulatory approaches pioneered by our member states. For instance, Australia's plain packaging and strict regulation of e-cigarettes, Cook Islands smoke-free islands, and Singapore's ban on tobacco imitating products and e-cigarette all have inspired our countries in our region and then beyond. The Southeast Asia Tobacco Control Alliance showed us the vital role of the civil society in advocating for stronger tobacco control measures and fighting interference from tobacco and then related industries. The Guam Youth Congress reminded us of the urgent and unfinished mission ahead of us, which is to protect children and then young people. As we move forward, we must continue to be vigilant and then denormalize the tobacco and related industries. In this battle, addressing the rapid rise of e-cigarette and other new and emerging tobacco and nicotine products are critical. These products are not safe. They are addictive and harmful. They are undermining our tobacco control efforts. Therefore, we urge all member states to ban or stringently regulate these products to protect children. And then we are here to support you along the way. Lastly, I express again my gratitude for our member states and then partners for sharing all the successes, lessons, and then your continued commitments and an effort. I wish today's event inspire bold actions towards a healthier, tobacco-free, and a nicotine-free region. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Hiro. And we have now come to the end of the program. And on behalf of the Tobacco Free Initiative team, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to all of you for joining us this afternoon. One final announcement. Member states are invited to attend the pandemic site event, which will begin at 5:30 in the tent located in front of this conference hall. And before the side event, light refreshments will be served in the WHO cafeteria. Heads of delegation plus one additional delegation member are invited to attend. Transport back to the hotel will be available after the end of the event at 6:30 p.m. Thank you.
Sorry, that's not the closing. No, I just thought I'd share something reflecting on. I mean, it's impossible that I don't get heated up by a tobacco discussion. So I think Yul has made a very strong point, and maybe what we need to do is to be very ambitious and very aggressive about what we want to do. It sounds to me like we should push plain packaging all the way and go for an elimination strategy, regardless of where we are. Because if we're just trying to catch up a few points, now, the reason I'm saying this was because when we started, there were no targets. Headquarters said it's impossible to do targets. And so three of us, Edward and Armando Peruga, sat down here and said, and Wick Warren of CDC sat down here and said, what should the target be? And we said, it's 0. Okay, it's 0. But what have we learned from other countries about reducing prevalence rates? And this is what we used, and it became used. It was used in the SDGs. We figured out from the studies of Australia, of Hong Kong, of Singapore, that you could actually achieve a, 10% decline every 5 years. Am I correct? Yes. Yes. 10% decline. That's why it's 30% in 2025. This is 2015 when the SDG started. So we said over 15 years, you should decline by 30%. And you know what? People use the trajectory. We introduced that in Wipro, in Hong Kong. And the Lancet wrote about it and said it's the first time a region is making a quantitative target on tobacco. So I think the challenge for us now is to say, all right, so we're stagnating. People have forgotten about it. There was COVID, there's war all over the place, there's climate change. How about let's be more aggressive? So I think this is the challenge for the team, right? Push plain packaging, just keep on pushing the agenda, and go for an elimination strategy. Because we want to be ahead of the industry, but we're not. We're just trying to scratch our way up there. So anyway, sorry, I just got fired up about that, but I wanted to share that because I come from tobacco control. Thank you very much, guys, for inviting me, and I think that officially ends the program. Thank you.